Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
This true story came from a junkyard in Texas, where a drunk crash was covered up, a family was burned with their car, and something with wings has been scratching on roofs ever since. The email landed in my inbox at 3 in the morning from a guy who says he used to run night shifts in a tow truck off I-10. He did not bother with a subject line. No hi, no love your channel. Just a wall of text that started with, "I don't know if this will even reach you because I'm not exactly writing this from a normal place." He claims the yard he worked at was more than just a graveyard for cars. He says his boss quietly made a lot of problems disappear out there. Wrecks that should have been on the news, drunk drivers that should have gone to prison, families that should have had funerals. Instead, the cars got dragged off the highway, rolled between the stacks of metal, and never seen again. No headlines, no charges. Just the sound of the crusher and the smell of burning upholstery. According to him, one of those nights, they did not just hide a wreck. They hid a whole family. A mother, a father, a son, and someone even smaller still strapped into a car seat when the flames started. And whatever was watching from above the yard that night did not forget it. Since then, he says something huge has been riding the roofs of cars that pass that stretch of road. People hear 3 slow scratches over their heads while they are driving under the sodium lights. Sometimes their radios flip stations by themselves, cutting into static, and a man's voice begging them not to look up. He says he knows because he is the one talking. Tonight, I am going to read you his story exactly the way he sent it. If you are listening to this in your car or anywhere near a road, maybe do yourself one favor if you hear anything touch your roof while this plays. Try very hard not to check what it is. 1. Why I'm sending this to a horror channel. I am not the kind of guy who writes into shows. I am the guy who used to fall asleep in his truck in the back row of a Walmart parking lot with fast food wrappers on the floor and country radio mumbling about heartbreak in the background. Mid-40s, busted knuckles, bad back night shift tow work off I-10. I can change a tire in the rain with my eyes half closed, but I have never been able to string more than a few sentences together on a screen without feeling stupid. So if you are reading this on your channel or listening to it in your car, just know something has gone very wrong between the moment I started this and the moment your voice hits someone's speakers. When I say I used to run nights, I mean the hours nobody really wants. 10 at night to 4, 5 in the morning. The time when the only people awake are truckers, drunks, graveyard shift cashiers, and the occasional insomniac staring at a TV they are not really watching. I hauled wrecks for a little shop outside a small Texas town most people only know from a green exit sign. If you drive east or west long enough on I-10, you have probably seen it and forgotten it in the same breath. Back then, my life was simple in the worst way. Stop at the same gas station every evening. Burn my tongue on the same burnt coffee. Grab a couple of cheeseburgers, maybe a burrito that had been under the heat lamp too long. Fill the thermos, slide into the driver's seat of the rollback, put the radio low. Country stations talk radio, sometimes the Spanish AM channels, when the English ones all turn to static. And yeah, more recently I started putting you horror guys on. You know the type of video I am talking about. 3 true, horrifying truck stop stories. I worked the night shift and I will never do it again. Stuff like that. I would prop my phone up in the cup holder and let somebody else's nightmare bleed into the cab while I rolled down the interstate with someone else's totaled sedan chained to the bed behind me. It helped. It kept me awake. It made the real darkness outside the windshield feel like it belonged to somebody else for a while. I am not on the road anymore. I do not do tow work now for what I called obvious reasons the few times I tried to talk about it. Folks thought I meant my back or my blood pressure, or that I was just finally too tired to keep doing nights. It was easier to let them think that than explain how hard it is to drive under streetlights when every time a shadow passes over your roof, you hold your breath and wait for claws. The truth is, I cannot drive anywhere now. I cannot even stand up. I cannot move much at all while I write this. You will see those quotation marks, even if the guy reading this out loud does not say them. I am not typing on a keyboard. There is no laptop balanced on my knees. I do not have a phone in my hand. What I am using to send this to you will not make any sense yet, and if I told you up front, you would probably click away and put this in the guy messing with me folder. So let me start with what I know still sounds normal. If you have never driven I-10 at 2 in the morning, picture this. The lanes ahead of you are long and black and wet with the leftover shine of a storm that moved on hours ago. The white stripes drift toward you in a steady hypnotic rhythm, and your headlights carve out a tunnel that reaches just far enough for you to see the eyes of whatever animal is about to dart across. Somewhere out there in the dark, 18-wheelers hum like distant thunder. Tires hiss on the asphalt. Every now and then, a train horn blows way out past the tree line and echoes like somebody calling your name from very far away. That sound, the constant low roar of the interstate, used to be my lullaby and my alarm clock. I could stand on the shoulder with my safety vest on, wind shoving at my back, and feel the vibration of a passing semi through the soles of my boots. The smell out there is always the same mix: hot rubber exhaust, wet dirt, maybe a trace of whatever the last guy's cargo was. Cows, oranges, something chemical and sharp that you know you are not supposed to breathe in for too long. When there was no call, when the board was empty, I would sit in the bay at the shop. The place was nothing to look at. Corrugated metal building, big roll-up doors, oil stains on the concrete older than half the kids working at the grocery store in town. The air inside was thick with the smell of grease and rust, and old sweat soaked into mechanic shirts hanging on a nail by the office. The AC unit in the window rattled like it was held together by hope and duct tape. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered just enough to make the corners look wrong. There was a TV in the corner of the office, always on some news channel with the sound off. Pictures of people in suits moving their mouths, words crawling across the bottom about things that did not feel real to me: stocks, politics, foreign wars. I lived in a world of lug nuts and tow chains and insurance forms. The worst news I dealt with was when I showed up to a scene and realized by the way the cops were standing that the thing I was towing was going to be called fatal in the morning report. That was before I learned there are other kinds of reports, the ones nobody writes down. I remember the first time I heard the guys at the shop talking about La Lechuza. It was a slow night. 2 of the Mexican techs were standing by the tire machine drinking gas station coffee, arguing about soccer, and somehow it turned into a conversation about a witch. I did not catch the whole story, just pieces. Big as a man, eyes like black marbles. She whistles, and you hear it in your dreams. I laughed. I said the only things that kill you on the highway are speed and stupidity. Too much whiskey, not enough sleep, somebody texting instead of watching the road. Wings do not factor into most accident reports. Owls do not drag people out of cars. Witches do not ride the roofs of trucks. They looked at each other, not at me. One of them said, "You say that now? Wait until she rides with you." I shook it off. I have heard plenty of stories at 3 in the morning. Shadow people in rest-stop bathrooms. White-clad women standing at mile markers that have no houses for 20 miles in any direction. You hear enough of those, they all blur together. This one did not. The name stuck in the back of my head like a burr la lechuza. The witch owl. It sat there harmless for a while. A word from someone else's culture. Someone else's childhood, fear, not mine. If you are listening to this, you already know I was wrong about that. Right now, wherever this is being read, you are probably sitting somewhere you feel safe. In your car, on your couch, lying in bed in the dark, with your phone an inch from your face. Maybe you can hear your own version of I-10 outside some other road, some other hum of tires. Maybe you can smell whatever is familiar to you. Laundry detergent, takeout, your dog's fur. Where I am, I smell rust, old blood, hot plastic. I hear the highway like it is on the other side of a wall I will never get through. And every so often I hear something else, a faint crackle near my head, like a radio trying to pick up a station, and above that the slow drag of something sharp across metal. If this actually plays on your channel, just know one thing. The voice you are hearing might not be coming from anywhere you can see. 1, 2. Tow nights wrecks and the wrong kind of familiar. If you have never worked nights on a tow truck, you probably think the worst part is the blood. It is not. The worst part is how fast it all starts to feel normal. Most nights were not headline material. They were just the same stupid mistakes on repeat. Drunk college kids nosed into a ditch because they thought their Subaru could take that curve at 80. Folks in khaki work pants kneeling in the gravel staring at a blown-out tire, like it personally betrayed them. Pickup trucks half in the median front ends crumpled around a light pole, the owner standing off to the side on his phone, already rehearsing the lie for his insurance. You learn the choreography without thinking about it. Pull up behind the scene angle, the rollback just right, flashers on. Step out, feel the crunch of glass under your boots, the way it bites but does not quite cut through the thick rubber. Little pieces of headlight plastic and turn signal lenses scatter everywhere, catching the light from your bar and shining like candy wrappers. There is always that sour, mixed smell hanging over the wreck: gasoline, hot antifreeze, old French fries, spilled energy drink, maybe someone's vape pen, leaking whatever garbage they were breathing. Everything sticky, everything slightly burned. You hear the same sounds over and over until they get lodged in your head. Wind pushing against your reflective vest so hard, it feels like someone tapping you between the shoulder blades. The beep, beep, beep of the hydraulic bed backing up. The whine of the winch as it drags 2 tons of mangled pride back onto level ground. Police radios crackling with half-finished words, codes static. A trooper's boots ticking against the asphalt as he walks over to talk to you, the reflective tape on his pants, flashing like tiny eyes. Usually by the time I showed up, the worst of it was already handled. If there were injuries, the ambulance had come and gone. Cops had taken pictures. Sometimes there would be a dark, wet patch on the road or in the grass that everyone pretended not to look at too hard. They would nod at me, give me a quick rundown, drunk, hit the guardrail, slid, nobody died, and then step back and let me hook the mess up and haul it away like last week's trash. Just another Tuesday, they would say, or Wednesday or Friday. It did not really matter. Every night on the highway has the same flavor after midnight. Back at the shop, I answered to Dale. Dale was mid-50s, hair gone the color of old ash skin, like leather that had been left in the sun too long. He smoked those cheap cigarettes that smell like they are killing you, even if you are just in the same room. Most nights he lived in the small office above the garage, a converted storage space with a mattress on the floor and a mini fridge humming loud enough to shake the drywall. He was the owner-dispatcher and more or less the unofficial mayor of our little patch of concrete. Cops knew him. Roadside crews knew him. If there was a car sitting sideways somewhere within 20 miles, odds were good. Someone would call Dale, and Dale would call me. Behind the shop was his real kingdom, the yard. You could smell it before you saw it. Not just oil and metal, but that dry, baked scent of sun on rust. The kind of smell you get from dragging your hand along an old gate that has not been painted in 10 years. There was always a faint hint of burned rubber under it, like someone had once laid down a set of hellish skid marks, and the scent never really left. We kept the yard fenced off with chain link and topped with that pointless razor wire no one ever touched. Inside it was a metal graveyard. Towers of crushed cars stacked like dirty plates, bent frames leaning against each other. Stacks of rusted rims that rang like dull bells when the wind shoved them. When a gust came down the line just right, it would blow through the busted-out windshields and empty wheel wells and make this whistling sound. Not a clean whistle, more like the sound someone makes trying to breathe through broken teeth. The first time I heard it, I thought somebody was groaning. Loose hoods flapped on hinges, slapping metal with a hollow clap, clap, clap. The back gate had one spot where it never closed right and would squeak and clang even when no one was touching it. Some nights, the neighbors' dogs would bark toward the yard for no good reason, hackles up, tails stiff like they were watching people walk around in there that I could not see. And always under everything was the hum of the highway. Even at 3-4 in the morning, I-10 does not really sleep. There is always a truck somewhere, always a car that left too late, always that low, constant roar like ocean surf heard from inside a closet. It is funny how fast you can get comfortable surrounded by broken things. After a few years, I could glance at a wreck and tell you almost exactly how it happened. Rear end at a light. Left turn gone bad. Someone checking a text when they should have been watching the lane. You start recognizing the patterns. The spiderweb cracks in the windshield. The way the front right corner caves in when someone misjudges timing. The familiar is what saves you, but it is also what buries you. There was one pattern I stopped being able to handle. Anytime a caller mentioned kids being in the car, my stomach would go tight in a way that had nothing to do with the coffee. Did not matter if they followed it up with, "But they're okay," or "They're already at the hospital." My brain would flash a picture I did not ask for: a white child's seat in the back, straps twisted, the faint impression of a small body that is not sitting in it anymore. Along with that picture came a sound, not the big cinematic crunch they put in movies. Something shorter, wetter, like biting down on a piece of gristle and feeling it pop between your teeth. That sound lives in my head. Sometimes it rides along with the beeping of the bed lining up in a way that makes my skin crawl. I have done some things I am not proud of. I am not going to pretend I was some clean-cut hero before all this. I drank too much for too many years. I have gone out on calls after a couple of beers when I should have said no. I have looked at a car that could have maybe been saved and told the owner it was totaled because I knew the scrap value would keep our lights on another month. I have lied to cops. I have lied to women. I have told myself it was all just how things are on this side of the interstate. But there is one night that does not sit in the same pile as the other bad decisions. When I look back over my life, it is like somebody took a big calendar and flipped the pages one by one, nothing special, just days and weeks, until they hit one box and circled it so hard, the pen tore the paper. That night, that wreck. If Dale is still alive, and I have my doubts, he would know exactly which one I mean if I just said the minivan and the rollback. He would not need the date. He would not need the mile marker. He would know by the way my voice died on the last word. Technically, it was not even on the job. That is what I used to tell myself when I wanted to sleep. I was off the clock. I was not supposed to be behind the wheel. Nobody called me out there. I drove into it and I drove through it, and by the end of the night, there were people who should have gone home who did not. I am not ready to walk you through that scene yet. If I try to jump straight into it, everything in my chest tightens up, and I feel the metal around me pressing in harder, like it is reminding me to start at the beginning, not the middle. For now, it is enough to say this: after that night, work changed. Every minivan with a soccer ball sticker on the back glass. Every car seat I had to unbolt because the frame was twisted. Every stuffed animal sitting alone on the floorboard of a rear seat while the front was a disaster. They stopped being just objects. They became a kind of accusation. When I walked into the yard at the end of a shift, I did not just see towers of scrap anymore. I saw ribs, spines, hollow eye sockets. I saw a graveyard that never got a funeral. And way in the back behind all the stacks, there was one cluster of crushed metal that I could not bring myself to look at for long. I always knew, even before anything started scratching on my roof, that whatever I had done that night was not buried as deep as I wanted it to be. 1.3. The night I stopped believing in just bad luck. I should probably stop talking around it and tell you where I actually am. I am not at a kitchen table with a lamp on. I am not in some cheap apartment with the blinds half open and the TV muttering to itself in the background. I am not sitting at a desk in a prison library waiting for count, watching the clock over the CO's head. For a long time, I tried to picture myself in places like that when I thought about telling this. It made the idea easier to swallow, like this was just something I could write down on a legal pad if I really wanted to. But it is not. Right now, while you are hearing this, every inch of me is pressed up against cold metal. If I try to breathe in, something sharp on my left side reminds me not to. There is a constant dull ache in my chest that never goes away, only changes temperature. Sometimes it burns. Sometimes it feels like someone has put my heart in their hand and is just squeezing. Not enough to stop it. Just enough to make sure it keeps hurting. My ribs do not feel like ribs anymore. They feel like rebar bent the wrong way. My legs are pinned at angles that do not line up with what I remember of my own body. One heel is wedged under something that might be a seat rail or what used to be one. My right shoulder is twisted up so high that the side of my face is mashed against what used to be glass and is now just a rough, rippled wall that smells faintly of burned plastic and rainwater. There is something sticky dried in my hair. At first I told myself it was oil or soda, or maybe the residue of 1,000 spills from the lives of the cars around me. Then one night I tasted a little that had run down to the corner of my mouth. It was copper and salt and rot. I do not let my tongue go near it anymore. It is always dark in here. Not turn the lights off dark. Not close your eyes dark. A heavier kind. The kind you get when someone welds sheet metal over every exit and then buries whatever you are in behind a wall of other people's trash. I see light sometimes, but it is never for long. A flash of white when a yard spotlight swings past, squeezing a razor-thin line through a seam. A smear of red when some idiot out there hits his brakes too hard near the fence. Most of the time, what I see is nothing. What I hear is not nothing at all. The highway is still there. Even under all this steel, I can feel it humming through the ground. It comes to me as a low, constant rumble, like an ocean you forgot you were standing next to. Sometimes it swells, sometimes it thins out, but it never really stops. I can tell when a semi goes by from the weight of it, the way the sound crawls through the frame I am trapped in. Smaller cars are like quick light waves. Big rigs are rolling thunder. Closer than that, there are other sounds. Metal on metal somewhere above or beside me. The sharp ring of a chain being tossed. the hollow boom of a door being slammed on a car with no windows, the squeak of the back gate when the wind hits it just right, dogs barking then shutting up all at once like somebody flipped a switch inside their heads. And then there is the one sound I cannot ignore. While I am doing this, for lack of a better word, I hear it again. It starts as a faint vibration under my cheek, like someone running a fingertip across the outside of the truck I am fused into. Then it slows down and sharpens. A scrape, long and steady. Imagine the sound you get when you drag your car keys down the side of your own door because you are drunk or angry or just not paying attention. That drawn-out, teeth-gritting squeal of metal giving way. Now put that sound 3 inches from your ear through a wall you cannot move away from, and add the feeling of each little vibration going straight into your bone. That is what it sounds like when the claws go over the roof. 1, 2, 3 strokes. They start near where I think the windshield used to be, run slow all the way back then, stop just above what would be the cab light if this truck still had one. The first time I heard it, I thought someone was messing around in the yard. A bored kid maybe, or some scrap thief with nothing better to do than vandalize a dead pickup. By the third night, I knew better. It is always the same. I do not have a watch, but I can tell when it is close now. The highway noise thins out like even the diesels decide to give that stretch of road a rest. The air changes. Hard to explain when you are breathing through torn lungs and bone fragments, but it feels colder in my mouth. The radio, that little box of wires and dust buried somewhere in the dash, starts to crackle like it is trying to pick up a station from under the dirt. And then somewhere up there, something lands. I feel the frame shake. A weight settles on top of the crushed cab. Featherlight at first, then heavier, as if whatever it is testing how much the metal will take. 2:17 in the morning. If I ever get to see a clock again, I am willing to bet you it will say that. I used to chalk things up to bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time. Wet road. Blown tire. Sleepy driver. All the little excuses you hear at accident scenes when people are standing around staring at someone else's worst 5 seconds on Earth. You do not call it just bad luck after the same thing shows up 3 nights in a row and drags its nails across your roof like it is signing its name. That scratching is why you are hearing this at all. I have had a lot of time in here to think about what to do with what I know. I cannot exactly call a lawyer. I cannot walk into a police station and lay my soul out on the counter. I'm not sure I would if I could. Some of what I have seen feels like something that would die the second you tried to say it in fluorescent light with a cop staring at you over a clipboard. But horror people are different. You listening to this, you pressed play because some part of you likes the feeling of knowing something awful could be happening. 2 states over, or in the house across the street, or in the passenger seat of your own car while you drive home alone. You expect bad news. You invite it in, but at a safe distance. I am trying to close that distance a little. I am going to tell you everything. I am going to tell you about the accident that drew a thick circle around one night on my calendar and knocked the rest of my life off the page. I am going to tell you what Dale and I did in that yard behind the shop. What we burned, what we crushed, what we pretended never existed. I am going to tell you about La Lechuza, the name I laughed at until I felt her weight on my own truck, and how she turned this place into something that is not just a junkyard anymore. And if you stick with me, if you listen all the way through, I am going to explain why you might hear something after this video ends. I do not mean a ghost voice in a recording or a weird echo on your headphones. I mean where you are right now. The room you are in. The car you are sitting in. The roof over your head. People talk about being haunted like it is a house with a history or an object somebody should have left alone. A doll, a ring, a mirror from the wrong estate sale. I used to think like that too. Haunted things, haunted places. I did not know you could haunt the inside of a machine. I did not know you could haunt a sound. That is where I am. That is what I am doing. I am not in a house. I am not in a cell. I am inside something that used to be a truck. It used to move. It used to carry men and tools and dogs and lunches in paper bags. It used to back up to job sites with country radio blaring and tailgate rattling. Then one night, it carried me somewhere I was not supposed to walk away from, and somebody decided to fold it in on itself instead of writing a report. Now the truck does not move. The world moves around it. The highway sings overhead. The yard shifts and clanks as cars come and go, metal stacking on metal. Somewhere above me on nights like this, wings spread and claws test the seams. And I am still here inside it, heart beating in a cage of borrowed bones, pushing these words out along whatever wires and static are left, hoping they crawl far enough to reach your speakers. Still alive. That is the part I do not know how to fix. 1. Beer in the parking lot. The night that circled itself on my calendar did not start out looking any different from 100 others. It was one of those Texas summer evenings where the heat does not really go away. It just takes a step back and lets you pretend for a while. The air felt like somebody had left the oven door cracked. The sky over town was that deep purple blue you only get after the sun has gone down, but the day has not quite decided to give up. I was off the clock. That part matters. The rollback was technically parked for the night, tucked behind a Whataburger that sat next to a Walmart like they were a matched set. From where I was, I could see the glow from the high school baseball field a few blocks over still bright, even though the game had to be over by then. Every time the breeze shifted, I could hear a faint cheer or shout the echo of metal bats and high school horns. I had the driver's seat leaned back just far enough to unbutton my belt. The dash lights glowed soft orange. The Whataburger sign buzzed above me, that insect whine that gets into your teeth if you listen too hard. Neon reflected off my windshield in streaks of white and orange, cutting across the smear of bug guts and road dust like somebody had drawn on the glass with a highlighter. In the passenger seat, sitting pretty in the halo of the dome light, was a small blue cooler. The good plastic kind, not the styrofoam that squeaks. I had a burger wrapper already crumpled into the footwell, and 3 empty beer cans balanced on the console like they were waiting for someone to call the score. The 4th was sweating in my hand. Out front, through the gap between the buildings, I could see the Walmart parking lot doing its Friday night thing. Shopping carts rattling, headlights drifting slowly past, pausing, reversing, like people could not make up their minds about any of it. Teenagers in school shirts walking in loose packs, laughing too loud, punching each other in the shoulders. A couple leaning against the hood of a Corolla, faces lit blue-white by a phone screen sharing earbuds. It was loud in that soft, distant way. Close enough that you are part of it, far enough that you are not responsible for any of it. I liked that spot. If I angled the truck just right, nobody really looked twice at me. To most folks pulling through the drive-thru, I was just another work truck. Some nights I would even hook a junk car to the bed, just so it looked like I was on a job, not loitering with a cooler and my bad thoughts. Back where I grew up, my old man used to say, "If you are going to drink, drink where you can see the road." He meant on the porch, back when he still had one, not in the cab of a commercial vehicle. But he was dead by then, and advice has a way of warping after the person who gave it is gone. He went out slow. Lung cancer. Years of cheap cigarettes and hard jobs finally turning on him. The last time I saw him breathing on his own, there was an oxygen tube in his nose and an ashtray full of butts on the nightstand. because he would still sneak one when my mom went to the store. After he died, it was like somebody took a piece of road out of my map and never replaced it. The marriage did not survive that. My ex-wife could have handled the hours. She could have handled the smell. She could even have handled the way I brought the job home on my boots and in my head stories and all. What she could not handle was the drinking. The just one more before I get in the truck. The I'm fine to drive, I've done this a million times. The nights I called her at 2 a.m. from some shoulder to say I would be later than planned because a car had wrapped itself around a pole and I needed to wait for the cops to finish. Sometimes that was the truth. Sometimes it was an excuse to sit where I was sitting. Right then, staring at the glow of other people's lives and thinking, if I stayed parked a little longer, none of my own would catch up. You hear the phrase, functional alcoholic enough, you start treating it like a job title. I used to tell myself I drove better drunk than most people sober. I said it out loud more than once. Guys at the shop laughed, raised their coffee cups, did the don't say that where the cops can hear you routine. Every rule I broke became a story to tell later. Every time I made it home when I should not have was another little trophy in a case nobody else could see. That night, I was polishing another trophy. 4th beer going down easy, salt from the fries still on my fingers. There was a game on the radio earlier, some local call-in show on afterward, and then I had flipped over to a country station out of San Antonio. Heartbreak song, steel guitar, the usual. Volume low enough that it painted the inside of the cab without spilling out into the lot. My phone buzzed on the dash, jittering against the plastic. Dale's name. I thought about ignoring it, let it go to voicemail. But Dale was not the guy you let go to voicemail if you wanted to keep your job. I wiped my hand on my jeans, grabbed the phone, and hit answer. "Yeah, you forget how a clock works," he asked, voice full of gravel and nicotine. I could picture him in the office, bare feet on the desk TV, flickering on mute ashtray overflowing. "I'm off tonight," I said. "You told me that yourself." "Off enough," he said. "I need you at the yard early. We got a repo out on Farm Road 6, gotta haul it before sunup if we don't want half the county watching. Be here at 4. Don't show up smelling like that." I could hear the capital T in it. "I'm fine," I told him. "Couple beers, that's it. I'll sleep it off right here, no driving till I'm good." There was a pause. I could hear the muffled thud of his heel hitting the desk. "Just be here," he said finally, and hung up. I looked at the cooler. I looked at the neon reflection shivering across the windshield. I looked at the Walmart lot, at a little girl chasing a cart her mom had let go of, at some kid in a ball cap, throwing his arms around his girlfriend like the world was ending. "I'm fine," I said again, this time to nobody. I crushed the empty can in my hand and dropped it into the cooler with its brothers. Licked the last of the salt from my thumb. Then I did what I had done too many times before and shifted the truck into gear. The rollback grumbled like an old dog waking up. The engine turned over, caught settled into that familiar low idle. I eased out from behind the Whataburger tires, bumping over the little lip between gravel and asphalt. The sign's buzz shifted from over my head to behind me. Neon slid down the length of the hood and off into the dark. Out on the access road, traffic was a little heavier than usual for that hour. Game let out. Parents driving kids home. People making one last grocery run before the weekend. I waited for a gap, checked my mirrors, checked them again, and then rolled toward the on-ramp that would spit me back out onto I-10 like every other night. The radio found its signal again as we climbed the loop. Some song about leaving and not coming back played under the rumble of the engine. I tapped the steering wheel in time, more out of habit than any real feeling. When I merged, the interstate opened up in front of me in two wide black lanes, streetlights marching off into the distance like they were headed somewhere more important. Headlights came at me from the other side, twin pairs of white eyes blinking in and out of view as cars rose and dipped with the slight waves in the road. Every now and then, one of them flicked their brights at me, quick, angry flashes. I frowned and checked my own lights, made sure I was not on high beam. I was not. Yeah, I muttered, assuming they were just worn-out parents, sick of sharing the road with someone bigger than them. People love to flash at tow trucks. Something about the height, about the way the grille fills their whole view, makes them want to remind you they exist. I kept my eyes on the lane lines. At the very edge of my vision, up where the sky met the beam of my headlights, and then disappeared, there was a shape that did not quite belong. Something darker than the dark around it sliding along with me. Not in front, not behind. Above. Every so often when I passed under a light, I thought I saw the outline of something gliding just outside the cone, riding the pocket where my eyes did not like to look. A soft flicker like a bird riding thermals. Wings, maybe. It's just birds, I told myself. Bugs. Trash caught in the crosswind of the highway. Shadows from the wires. Anything but what that old story had painted in my head. I turned the radio up a little and drove on. 2.2. Impact. There is a stretch of road outside town where I-10 spits you off onto a two-lane for a while before it climbs back up and becomes a real highway again. No median. Just a double yellow and a whole lot of confidence that everyone will stay on their side. I had driven that stretch so many times I could have done it with my eyes closed. I guess in a way I was doing it with them half shut. The radio was low, some guy singing about losing his house and his dog in the same week. The dash glowed soft. The beer glow in my veins had settled into that stupid sweet spot where you feel sharper than you are. I remember thinking my hands felt good on the wheel. Easy. Loose. The road ahead was mostly empty. Headlights in the distance, a dotted line of white coming toward me, but nothing close enough to make me nervous. I let my elbow rest on the open window, fingers tapping the side of the door. Wind pushed in warm and thick, smelling like dust and cut grass, and a hint of something chemical from the fields. My tires hummed over the asphalt. The white line on my right side blurred into a steady ribbon. I was a little lazy with it, letting the truck ride close, then easing back. Close, then back. Nothing dramatic. Just a slow drift that would have had a driving instructor slapping my wrist, but no one else was around to see, until they were. It was not a screech of brakes that got my attention. It was light. A pair of headlights came over the next slight rise straight in front of me instead of offset where they should have been. For a second, my beer-soft brain tried to rearrange the picture. Maybe there was a turn I had forgotten. Maybe their lane curved. Maybe mine did. Then those lights flashed once hard, and I saw the silver outline of a minivan not where it belonged, not completely nose drifting over the center line. At the same time, I realized I had been letting my own front bumper nibble at the yellow. Two small drifts aimed at each other like magnets. Somebody laid on the horn. Him, me, I still do not know. The sound was one long scream that punched straight through the music and snapped my head up. For a sliver of a second, everything got sharp. I saw through his windshield the outline of a woman in the passenger seat. Hair pulled back, face turned toward me. Her eyes were wide brown whites showing all around like a scared animal's. Her mouth was open on a word I will never hear. There was a flash of something in the back movement, a shape in a car seat, and then the world came apart. The impact did not sound like in the movies. No big Hollywood crash with echo. It was a boom crunch, quick and violent, followed by 1,000 smaller sounds layered on top glass, exploding inward metal folding into itself, something heavy in the back of my cab slamming forward. The front of my truck leapt up like I had hit a wall. My chest hit the seatbelt so hard, my spine popped. Airbag punched me in the face, burning powder filling my nose and mouth. For a blink, all I could see was white. My breath vanished like someone had yanked it out by the roots. We spun. I do not know how many degrees or which direction. I just know the world slid sideways. Headlights swung. The horn jammed under my arm and blared into my ear. My head snapped off the headrest, then forward, then back again. Something cracked in my neck. Then just as fast as it started, we stopped. Silence. Or what passed for it. My ears rang high and sharp, like I had been standing next to a gun when it went off. Under that ringing, smaller sounds leaked in, the tick, tick, tick of hot metal settling, the hiss of steam or coolant from somewhere up front, a drip somewhere I could not see. My own breath dragging back into my lungs in ragged little failures until finally one made it all the way down. The airbag sagged against me. The cab smelled like burned plastic smoke and that chemical dust they pack into those things. My mouth tasted like pennies. Shit, I croaked or thought I did. My lips moved. I do not know if sound came out. I fumbled with the belt fingers numb. It took me longer than it should have to realize the truck was not moving anymore. The engine had cut off. The radio had died mid-chorus. We were sitting sideways in the lane, passenger side, low driver side, tilted up. When I finally got the buckle to pop, it was like being dropped a foot. I hit the seat, then the door, then pushed myself up by sheer, stubborn habit. My knee screamed when it took weight, but I forced the handle and shoved the door open. It dragged against something, a ridge of asphalt gravel, but it gave. The night outside hit me in the face, humid air, the smell of hot road, and underneath that, something else. Sweet. Coppery. Wrong. I staggered down from the cab. My boots slipped once on something slick. I did not look to see what. My ears were still ringing, but other sounds fought their way in. One of the horns stuck on. A high, thin keening I thought might be coming from me until I realized my throat hurt too much to make it. And the steam. A constant hiss from in front of the truck, like someone had opened a valve on hell. The minivan was not a minivan anymore. It was folded around my grill like a taco someone had crushed in their fist. The entire front end had crumpled up under itself, hood bent up and back, windshield spider-webbed and punched in. The back end was twisted, one rear wheel lifted off the ground. At a crazy angle, the axle snapped like a twig. On the passenger side, the glass was gone. Through the frame, I could see a child seat hanging upside-down straps, dangling little plastic buckle swinging gently back and forth. The padding was stained dark. The seat was empty. I forced myself toward the driver's side. My brain kept trying to turn off to blur it all, and some part of me kept kicking it back on. "You did this," it whispered. "You don't get to look away." The driver's door was gone or smashed flat against the body. I could not tell. I saw the woman again, but not the way she had looked through the windshield. She was fused to the steering wheel. The column had rammed back into her, crushing her chest so far in that her ribs had torn through her shirt, and something white and jagged poked out. One of her eyes was simply missing. Where it should have been was a hollow socket filled with glittering dust and tiny triangles of glass. The other stared past me at nothing, lid half closed, like she was too tired to finish the blink. Her mouth was still open. The word that had not made it across the gap between us was stuck there, lips torn, teeth slick and red. On the far side, a boy who might have been 10-12 was half ejected through a side window that no longer had edges. His upper body hung out, arms, loose fingers almost brushing the road. His lower half was trapped under the dash. His neck had bent so far, one way it looked like someone had turned his head around to check for traffic behind him. I could see where his teeth had hit the dashboard. Little white shards scattered on the plastic, some embedded, some fallen onto his cheek. Steam roared from the crumpled hood, carrying with it the hot, sharp tang of antifreeze. Gasoline dripped from somewhere onto the asphalt, making rainbows in the weak light from my surviving headlamp. Underneath those smells, stronger with every breath, was the thick, warm stink of blood. I leaned into the driver's window somehow, and pressed 2 fingers to the side of the woman's neck. Her skin was still warm. That was worse. "Come on," I whispered like I had any right. Come on. There was nothing under my fingers but heat and the faint feeling of something else, a shudder deep inside her that might have just been my own pulse hammering. I moved to the boy, reached for his wrist where it hung. His arm swung when I touched it loose like there were no bones left. His hand was slick. My fingers slipped off. Panic rose up in my chest, like I was the one with the collapsed lung. My mind grabbed at the one thing it knew it should do: phone. Call 911. Sirens would come. Professionals. Someone else could look at this and decide what to name it. Accident. Fatal. My fault. I jammed my hand into my pocket. No phone. Of course not. It had been on the dash. It was probably somewhere under the pedals now, or buried in the cracked dash plastic, or broken on the floor. I turned back toward the truck, toward the cab, but the idea of climbing in and digging around blind made my legs turn to water. There was another name my brain reached for. Not God. Not the cops. Dale. My hand found the radio mic hanging by the door. I grabbed it like a lifeline, thumb shaking as I pressed the button. "Dale," I rasped. Static hissed back. "Dale, pick up. Pick up, nothing." The shop frequency was dead. Of course it was. It was late. He was probably asleep. My heart jackhammered against my ribs. I let go of the mic, spun in a clumsy circle, scanned the road for any other headlights, taillights, anything. There was no one. Just me, the truck, the broken minivan, and the night pressing in close. Under the hiss of steam, I heard something else. A sound I did not have a name for yet. It was faint at first, easy to blame on the engine cooling or a piece of metal settling. A scrape long and slow from somewhere above us, like someone dragging a rake across a car roof, or a set of nails. The hair on my arms stood up. I tilted my head, trying to find it. The sound came again, higher this time, overhead, just beyond the reach of my one surviving headlamp. Against my own better judgment, I looked up. The sky was a big, overturned bowl of dark. No moon, just stars smeared by the light pollution from town. The only solid shape cutting across it was the metal frame of a billboard 20-30 feet up. The sign itself was for some injury lawyer with 2 white teeth who promised to fight for you. His smile turned gray and sickly in the wash of my lights. Nothing else. No bird on the edge. No branch. No figure sitting up there swinging its legs. But the feeling that something was perched just out of sight, just above the printed words, was so strong it made my throat close. Like if I took one step farther into the beam, whatever it was, would lean down far enough for me to see its face, and everything would snap in half all over again. I did not take that step. Instead, with my heart pounding and my hands shaking and the smell of hot blood in my nose, I did what fear told me to do. I found my phone wedged between the seat and the console screen, cracked, but still glowing. And instead of punching 911 with fingers that did not quite want to work, I scrolled, found Dale's name, and hit call. 2.3, fire in the yard. Dale picked up on the first ring. What he snapped. I could hear TV noise behind him muffled and the faint rattle of the window unit. I hit somebody, I said. My voice sounded thin and far away in my own ears. Dale, I hit a van. They're where he cut in. No shock, no are you okay, just that one word. I turned in a slow circle, eyes skimming over the wreckage, the black ribbon of road. The exit sign in the distance glowed a dull green. On the 2-lane mile marker, I don't know. Just past the old billboard with that lawyer's face headed toward town. You drunk, the question landed harder than the crash. For a second, I almost lied. Habit. Instead, I said nothing. That was answer enough. Stay there, he said. Stay in the truck if you can. Don't touch anything else. I'll be there in 10. The line went dead. I do not remember getting back into the cab. One moment, I was standing next to the broken minivan with my hands shaking. The next, I was in my seat again, door half open, watching my own headlight throw sick light across the twisted metal. The horn had finally gone quiet, either burned out or crushed into silence. The ring in my ears had dulled to a low, steady whine. The smell somehow was getting worse. Antifreeze sharp enough to sting my eyes. Gasoline, hot rubber. Under it, all that thick, heavy scent of blood cooling in the night air. Time slid sideways. My sense of it disappeared. I counted breaths. I counted the ticks of the cooling engine. I watched the faint steam rising from the crumpled hood, like something trying to get out and failing. Headlights finally appeared down the road too fast for comfort. A tow truck, our other one, the one Dale usually kept for himself. The light bar strobed, casting the scene in alternating red and amber. He pulled up on the shoulder, not behind me like a normal call, but a little ahead, angled his truck, half blocking the lane. He climbed down from the cab with a cigarette already in his mouth, hair flattened on one side like he had just rolled out of bed. His face hardened when he took it all in. The van, my truck, me. Jesus, son, he muttered, but it did not sound like a prayer, more like a curse. He walked around the minivan, once quick eyes scanning. He did not reach for the victims, did not check for pulses. He did not need to. One look at the woman slumped over the wheel, the boy hanging out the side, and he knew what I had already felt. He came back to me. His eyes dipped to my feet, to the way I was swaying. He leaned in close enough I could smell his breath, coffee, cigarettes, a hint of whiskey. You reek, he said flatly. How many for? I said automatically, thinking he meant beers. No, 3, 4, he shook his head. Not cans, people. How many in that van? I swallowed. My throat felt like it was full of broken glass. A woman. A boy. I think there was somebody in the back. A seat. I didn't see. He swore under his breath a string of words my mother would have slapped me for. Then he looked up and down the empty road. No other headlights yet. No distant sirens. Just us and the bodies and the hum of the night. Listen, he said quietly. If we call this in, if the highway patrol gets out here and smells what I smell on you, you're not seeing daylight free for a long time. You understand? I stared at him. It was like hearing someone talk underwater. I have to call, I said. We have to. They need. I gestured helplessly at the minivan. They're past needing anything we can give them, he said. His voice was not unkind, just hard, tired. You're still breathing. That's what I care about right now. My stomach rolled. We can't just leave them, I said. Somebody's going to come down this road. They'll see. He cut me off with a jab of his cigarette toward the tree line. There's an access road about a quarter mile back, he said. County cut it years ago to get equipment in. Hardly anybody remembers it's there. We get them off the asphalt, nobody sees a damn thing till morning. Maybe longer. You want to move them, I heard myself ask. My voice sounded small and stupid. I want to keep you out of prison, he said, and keep my business from getting torched in the court of public opinion. You think anybody cares about 2 tow trucks and a metal yard when they got a mom and a kid to cry over on TV? He flicked the cigarette into the dark. It hissed out in a puddle of something leaking from the wreck. Keys, he said, holding out his hand. My fingers fumbled the ring from my pocket and dropped it into his palm. The next few minutes felt like a dream someone else had ordered for me. Dale moved fast, all business. He backed his own truck up, dropped the bed through chains with practiced motions. He hooked the minivan from what was left of its frame, winched it up with a groan of protesting metal. The bodies inside shifted as it tilted limbs, sliding heads, lolling. I heard something thump against the door that was not attached anymore. He climbed into my cab, started my truck, and muscled it over onto the far shoulder nose, angled like it had just rolled to a stop and given up. Hazards on. Hood popped. To anybody cruising by at 65, it would look like a breakdown waiting for a morning call, nothing more. Get in, he barked, jerking his head toward his own truck. Passenger side. Duck down when we move. My legs obeyed because they did not know what else to do. I hauled myself up into the cab, heart-pounding, vision tunneling. As he pulled forward, the minivan dragged behind us, front end hanging low, rear wheels barely kissing the pavement. Every bump we hit made it shudder. I could hear the bodies inside responding, forced to move one last time. A dull thud. The scrape of something hard across the floor, maybe bone, maybe seat frame. Glass ground on glass. At one point, just as we turned onto the dirt access road, I thought I heard something else. Not just the dead weight of limbs. A sound higher and thinner buried under the rattle and crunch. A whimper. Short. Cut off. No, I said aloud too quickly. No. No, they're gone. They're gone. Dale did not look at me. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscle jumping. Trees closed in on either side of us as we left the highway behind the world, suddenly smaller and darker. The access road was just 2 packed tracks in the dirt, barely wide enough for the truck and the minivan, trailing behind like an accusation. The junkyard appeared ahead in stages first, the glow of the floodlights yellow-white against the low clouds. Then the outline of the fence razor wire catching just enough light to draw a silver line around the whole mess. Then the stacks of cars themselves, black shapes piled up like some kid had been playing with Matchbox toys and got bored halfway through. Dale punched in the code at the gate. The motor whined, chain link rattled, and then we were inside. It was later than we usually ran the yard. Nobody else was around. No techs, no cops, no curious neighbors leaning over the fence. Just us and the buzzing of insects drawn to the lights, the distant boom of the highway, and the soft clink of cooling metal all around. He drove the truck through the rows past familiar dead faces, cars I had hauled in over the years, some barely damaged, some mangled beyond recognition. Back where the floodlight poles thinned out, he slowed. Near the back corner, close to the crusher, and a cluster of cars that already wore their own scorch marks, he stopped. Here, he said. He set the brake, dropped the bed. The minivan slid down with a screech, tires bumping over cracked concrete, and came to rest at a crooked angle, nose toward the crusher rear end, pointed back at the rest of the yard like it wanted one last look. Without a word, he went to the storage shed and came back with a red gas can. The smell hit me before he popped the cap. "Dale," I said. My voice cracked. "We can't look at them," he said sharply, pointing. "Really look," I forced myself. The woman was still there, fused to the wheel hair, stuck to shattered glass. The boy still hung half out the window, arm dangling. In the back, through the spider webs of shattered safety glass, I could finally make out a smaller shape. A car seat twisted sideways, something bundled in it. I could not bring myself to focus long enough to see details. "They're not getting up," he said. "You calling an ambulance now isn't going to change that. All it does is hang you with it." He sloshed gasoline over the hood, the fenders, letting it drip down into the engine bay. The liquid caught the light, making the bent metal shine wetly. He walked around careless of the glass and splashed more over the windshield, the cracked side, the rear hatch. Some of it ran in through the broken window and dripped vertically down the boy's shirt, darkening it. I backed away, stomach lurching. Something white in the grass at my feet caught my eye. It was small, maybe 2 inches long. The color was wrong for a rock. Too pale, too smooth on one side, jagged on the other. It looked like a finger bone or a shard of skull. My hand moved toward it before my brain could stop it. Dale saw. He stepped over, brought his boot down hard, kicking it sideways into the deeper grass. "Probably a chicken bone," he said. "We get strays in here all the time, dragging crap in. Don't think about it." I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. Somewhere not far away, a dog barked once sharp, then went silent. Dale pulled a lighter from his pocket. The little click sounded too loud. The flame wavered in the slight breeze, reflecting in his eyes. He held it over a strip of gasoline-soaked rag near the front fender. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the fire caught. It started small, just a line of orange crawling along the metal. Then it leapt, running up the hood, licking at the windshield. The gasoline fumes turned into a wall of heat that hit my face like a slap. Flames wrapped themselves around the van. The paint blistered and blackened. Plastic trim shriveled and dripped. Inside, the vinyl dash began to smoke, then char, then burn. The first tire went with a sharp bang that made me flinch, hands up. The sound bounced around the yard, rolled out into the dark beyond the fence. Glass followed windows, giving up with a series of sharp reports, sending shards outward in arcs that glittered before hitting the dirt. As the fire climbed the shapes inside, the van writhed in ways that had nothing to do with life and everything to do with heat. Hair curled and flashed away. Clothing blackened, then ignited. Limbs shifted as materials melted and failed. Over the roar of the fire, over the hiss of whatever fluids were left boiling off, I heard something else. It started as a thin high note woven into the crackle. I told myself it was air escaping from somewhere, a hose, the radiator, anything. But then it stretched, rose in pitch, broke like a voice pushed too far. It sounded like a scream, a child's scream, short, piercing, cut off, abrupt. My knees went weak. I grabbed the nearest stack of crushed cars to steady myself. The metal was still warm from the day's sun. Smoke billowed up thick and black, rolling over itself as it reached for the night sky. The floodlights turned it into something almost solid, a column of shifting gray and brown. For a moment, as it passed over the nearest stack of cars, something moved in it. At the very edge of the light, just beyond where the yard lamps reached, I saw two shapes unfold on top of the highest stack. Wings. They were huge, too big for any bird that should have been perched on a junked sedan. Feathers dark and ragged edges glowing faintly in the firelight. They opened once, slow and wide, casting a shadow that seemed wrong on the cars below. Then they folded back, retreating into the smoke, leaving nothing but the shimmer of heat and the suggestion of a body that had been there an instant before. I blinked. The next time I looked, it was just exhaust and ash climbing into the sky. Dale watched the fire like he was staring into a TV he had seen this episode of before. His face was flat. The flames danced in his eyes. "You might think tonight is the worst thing you've ever done," he said, not looking at me. His voice was quiet, almost conversational, like we were back in the bay discussing a brake job. "For me, it's just one more car in the pile." I turned my head slowly, throat tightening. "What does that mean?" He took a drag from a cigarette I had not even seen him light. Exhaled smoke that curled back toward the burning van. "It means," he said, "this yard's seen more than you know. You're not the first drunk to drift over a line and wake up with blood on his hands. You're just the one I'm standing next to tonight." He flicked ash into the dirt eyes, never leaving the blaze. "Fire's a good cleaner," he added. "Metal forgets. People forget. Ground keeps what you give it." Behind him, the van collapsed inward as some structural line gave way, sending up a fresh gout of sparks. For a second, in the roar and the light, I thought I heard that high note again, like a far-off laugh pressed thin between layers of smoke. I told myself it was just bad luck and bad choices, and the sound of things burning that should never have had to burn. But somewhere above the yard, beyond the reach of our lights, something with wings had watched, and the ground under my boots did not feel like it was ever going to forget anything. 3.1 Memorial on the side of the road. The thing about doing something unforgivable is that the world does not stop to mark it with you. There were no headlines the next day. No footage of twisted metal on the 6 o'clock news. No reporter standing by the two-lane with a microphone and serious eyes talking about a tragic late-night accident and alcohol possibly involved. I watched. I waited. I flipped channels. Nothing. If there was a report at all, it got buried somewhere in the little box in the paper where they list police calls. Single vehicle accident. Pending investigation. Details unavailable. Dale had friends in all the right lazy places. Guys who did not want extra paperwork, did not want the overtime, did not want to deal with telling some family their loved ones died because a drunk in a rollback could not keep his lane. The wreck disappeared into the yard. The yard disappeared into the background hum of town. And I was supposed to disappear back into my routine. For a while I tried. I went back to driving tow, maybe not right away. I spent a couple days floating around the shop like a ghost hand's useless brain stuck replaying the impact on a loop, but eventually, Dale tossed me keys again. Trucks still broke down. People still slid off the road. Work did not care that my hands shook when I wrapped chains around a front axle, or that sometimes I caught a whiff of antifreeze and had to step away before I threw up. I cut back on the drinking, or told myself I did. No more coolers in the passenger seat. That was Dale's one hard line after that night. "You show up with a buzz again, I'll lock the gate on you," he said. His breath smelled like whiskey when he said it, the irony thick enough to choke on. So I shifted it. Beers in the kitchen instead of the cab. Bottles in a brown bag on the couch with the TV on instead of in a fast food parking lot. It is amazing how easy it is to convince yourself you have changed when all you have really done is move the line a few feet. The guilt, though, that did not move. It sat in my chest like a stone. Woke up when I woke up. Rode with me on every call. I could feel it when I turned onto the two-lane, that stretch of road where the lines on the asphalt had once lined up with somebody's last breath. I avoided it when I could took longer routes, lied about traffic. But some nights, the dispatch board did not care about my ghosts. Some nights, the fastest path from A to B cut right through the place I least wanted to see again. It was a few months later, summer tipping over into the kind of fall we get around here where the mornings are cool enough for a jacket, but the afternoons still feel like an exhaust pipe, when I finally saw what the world had done with what I had left there. I was on a late run, hauling a dead Camry in from the next town over. A simple job. Driver was already gone with a friend. Car had just decided it did not need its transmission anymore. I had the radio on low, some talk show about football, my head half on the road, half on nothing at all. The two-lane opened up ahead, familiar my truck's headlights carving the same tunnel through the dark they always did. I felt my shoulders tense automatically. Hands tightened on the wheel. I knew in that way, your body knows before your brain catches up that the big invisible circle on my calendar was coming up under my tires again. As I got closer to the mile where it had happened, I saw something new on the shoulder. At first, it was just a pale shape in the wash of my high beams, a little interruption in the grass. Then the details emerged. A white wooden cross about 3 feet tall, planted crooked in the dirt. Someone had painted it carefully, the brush strokes still visible, a little uneven. At the base of the cross, plastic flowers had been jammed into the ground roses that had never been alive, their red and pink petals glowing unnaturally bright in the light, before flattening back to dull under the dark. And nailed to the front of the cross, right at the intersection of the beams, was a pair of small sneakers. They were children's shoes. Little. Blue with cartoon characters on the sides worn thin. The laces had been cut short and tied in stiff knots. Somebody had driven the nails right through the back heels to hold them there. The toes pointed straight out toward the road, like the owner was still standing in them, watching the cars go by. My foot eased off the gas without me telling it to. The rollback slowed engine downshifting with a low growl. I drifted toward the fog line hazard lights clicking in the quiet cab. As I came alongside, I saw the photo. It was laminated, the edges rippled, taped onto the upright arm of the cross. The flash from whoever's camera had caught more background than faces, but the family was clear enough. The parents stood side by side, stiff in that way people get when they do not like having their picture taken. The dad wore a work polo logo blurred by cheap printing, one arm around the mother's shoulders. She had on a simple blouse, hair pulled back, worry lines at the corners of her eyes that no amount of smiling could erase. In front of them, grinning like he did not know the word no yet, was the boy. The same boy I had seen half hanging out of the van, neck bent wrong. Here he was, straight and whole, front teeth, a little crooked ball cap, turned backwards, hands up like he was mid-joke. And to one side, in a car seat, perched on a picnic table bench, like someone had just set it there for a second, was a toddler. She had a pacifier in her mouth, the big plastic guard covering most of her lower face, but her eyes were smiling above it. Dark curls stuck out from under a tiny headband. Her hand gripped the edge of the car seat, like she was ready to pull herself up. Little feet in socks kicked the air. I did not remember carrying that car seat out of the van. I did not remember seeing it, not as more than a shape in the back. In my head, the wreck had always had 3 ghosts: the mother, the father, the boy. Looking at that laminated picture, the edges already starting to cloud from weather, the count went to 4. My stomach dropped. The guilt stone in my chest doubled in weight. Christ, I whispered, more breath than word. My throat felt too tight. I rolled past the memorial slowly, as if speed alone could disrespect it. Part of me wanted to stop, to get out, to stand there and say something. I did not know what. Sorry seemed laughably small. I did this seem too big to fit through my teeth. As I drew level with the cross, something moved above the truck. It was just a flash at the edge of my vision, a blur overhead. I heard it more than I saw it, a flutter of something heavy slicing the air like a rug being snapped out on a line. The truck shuddered a slight shift, as if a sudden gust had pressed down on the box. Then clear and long from somewhere up there in the dark came a sound. It started like an owl's call, a hoot low and drawn out, echoing off the trees. Except halfway through it broke in a way no owl ever should. The tone twisted, climbed, thinned, turned into something almost like a woman laughing with her mouth closed. It skated down my spine and left every hair on my arms standing. My hand went automatically to the CB mic hanging from the dash. I gripped it hard, knuckles, whitening thumb hovering over the button, like I might call out, "Anybody else hear that?" to the empty channel. Before I could, the speaker crackled to life on its own. The CB had been quiet all night, just the occasional burst, when a trucker called out a speed trap. Now it fizzed with static, sharp and sudden. Under the hiss, a voice bled through, not English, not the usual good old boy chatter. La bruja con alas. The words were shaped by a man's voice on some distant AM broadcast, half drowned by interference, but they came through clear as if he were sitting in the seat beside me. The witch with wings. Then there was a pop, a squeal, and the signal snapped back to the regular channel. "Yeah, mile marker 109, he's sitting on the median like a spider. Y'all watch your speed," some trucker was saying, unaware that for a second, my speaker had carried something else entirely. I stared at the memorial in the mirror as I pulled away the white cross, shrinking the little shoes, turning back into smudges of color. 4 faces in that photo. 4 people who should have grown old, or at the very least had their deaths acknowledged in more than wood and plastic by the side of the road. They had gotten across. Plastic flowers, small shoes, and somewhere above my cab, circling the stretch of asphalt where metal and bone had once collided, something else had claimed them too. 3.2. The first time it rode the truck. The call came in a little after midnight, one of those in-between hours where the bar crowds were mostly home, but the real graveyard folks were still at work. Dale's voice crackled through the shop speaker. "Got a Ford F-150 dead in the water between exits 31 and 33, he said. Guy says he's under the big Jesus Saves sign. Go get him before he starts praying too loud." I knew exactly where that was. There is a long, lonely stretch of frontage road out there, where the highway peels away from town and the lights thin out. Somebody years ago paid to put up a huge billboard, right where the lanes straighten, white letters towering over the blacktop, promising salvation to people doing 80. By the time most folks actually see the sign, they are past it. I drove out with the windows cracked, the air just cool enough to make me think about rolling them up and just warm enough to talk myself out of burning extra gas on the AC. The night felt heavier than usual. The stars were smeared behind a thin layer of high cloud, and the moon looked like someone had rubbed their thumb over it. I saw the truck before I saw the billboard. The F-150 was sitting half on the shoulder, half in the grass hazards, blinking like tired eyes. Hood up. Driver standing a few feet away with his hands on his hips, phone pressed to his ear. I pulled the roll back up behind him, angled the bed just right, and hopped down. Gravel crunched under my boots. Crickets went quiet as the engine ticked down. "Evenin'," I called. "She give up on you?" "Yeah," the guy said, dropping his phone from his ear. Mid-30s, work boots, ball cap with a feed store logo. Made a real ugly noise and then just died. "My brother's on his way, he's gonna give me a ride. You can just dump it at your yard, I'll figure it out tomorrow." "Lucky for you," I said, grabbing my gloves from the side box. "We're running a special on ugly noises this week. Small talk. Habit." It kept me from thinking too hard about how this exact kind of scene could have ended a lot worse. The Jesus Saves billboard loomed over us, washed out in the truck's lights. The white paint had faded to a dirty cream, the edges rusting. Some of the bulbs along the framework were dead, so only JSSSAES really glowed. I went through the motions. Lower the bed, clank of the latch, rattle of the chains. I slid the J-hooks into the frame of the F-150, the metal cold and slightly greasy under my gloves. The guy hovered for a minute. Then his phone buzzed, and he wandered off toward a pair of headlights just coming up the road, his brother right on time. "Y'all good?" I called. "Yeah," he shouted back. "Appreciate it, man." Then it was just me and the two trucks and the sign. I thumbed the control and watched the steel bed tilt and touch down with a scrape. The winch motor whined when I hit the switch cable, tightening hooks, biting the dead Ford, slowly crawling up onto the rollback like a reluctant animal. The highway was set back far enough that its noise came as a kind of low, constant ocean. The air felt thick, still. The crickets had started up again, soft and steady. And then as the Ford's rear wheels left the gravel and settled on the bed, the sky seemed to get heavier. That is the only way I can put it. The air did not change temperature. No wind kicked up. But something shifted, like the weight of the night moved from everywhere to right on top of me. There was a thump on the roof of my cab. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a solid, unmistakable weight dropping onto sheet metal. The kind of sound you get when a good-sized branch falls out of a tree and hits the top of your car in a storm. I flinched anyway, head snapping up. My eyes went to the trees. There were not many out there, just scrub, a couple of stunted oaks, some utility poles. The Jesus Saves sign hunched above everything, the supports disappearing into the dark. Probably a bird, I told myself. A vulture, maybe. An owl. Something big out looking for roadkill. Or a piece of debris blown off the sign. Rusted tin. A panel. Anything normal. I finished pulling the Ford the rest of the way up, locked the cable through the safety chains. Every clink and rattle sounded too sharp, like they were happening in a smaller room than before. When I straightened up, the night felt like it was leaning in. Then came the scrape. It started over my head near where the light bar sat. A long, slow, dragging sound, metal protesting under something, dragging across it. Not the quick screech of a branch. A deliberate shriek like claws testing the paint. I froze. My breath hitched in my throat and stayed there. The sound crept toward the back of the cab. I could feel it through the air, some of the vibration running down through the door frame and into my hand, where it rested on the handle. Whatever was up there was moving slowly, like it had all the time in the world. For a moment I thought about yanking the door open and jumping in, slamming it, pretending the truck body was enough of a shell to matter. Instead, I stayed where I was, knees going loose, heart thudding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Through the windshield, I saw it. Not all of it. Just the outline, the shadow. Something big crawled along the edge of the roofline, blocking out bits of the billboard's washed-out glow as it went. A hump of darkness, a suggestion of wings hunched, then unfurling just enough to hint at a span wider than the cab itself. My brain tried to turn it into anything else. A tarp, a trash bag caught on some crosswind, an optical illusion. Part of me knew better. Without really deciding to, I turned my head just enough to look out the side window. For a second, the glass showed me my own reflection, hollow-eyed, pale streak of dirt across my forehead. Then something slid into the frame from above. A hand. It gripped the edge of the roof just inches beyond the glass fingers curled over the metal. Except they were not quite fingers. Too long. Too thin. The skin on them was pale and wrinkled like waterlogged paper pulled tight over knuckles that stuck up like knots in bone. The nails were yellow and curved thick as shell scraping gently as they adjusted their hold. Below that hand, hanging down over the window, were feathers. They were gray, mostly mottled with darker flecks, matted together in clumps, like they had been soaked in something and never dried right. There were streaks on them, dark, sticky trails that caught the light from the headlights and reflected back a dull, reddish sheen. Old blood, or oil, or both. They brushed against the glass with the softest whisper, like someone dragging wet hair along it. A smell seeped in through the imperfect seal of the door. It was the smell of a barn after a storm when the birds have come in to roost wet feathers mud mold. Under that rode something sour like milk left on a counter for days. And under that metallic and undeniable was the scent I had been trying to scrub out of my life since the night of the minivan. Old pennies, dried blood. My hand hovered over the door handle, fingers numb. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to either rip it open and run or dive inside and slam it shut. Instead, I stood there like a nailed-down, cut-out eyes locked on that scrap of impossible anatomy hanging 6 inches from my face. Inside the cab, the radio fizzed. I had left it on some talk station, but now the sound fractured. The dial clicked on its own. I watched the LED frequency stamp blur and jump. Voices came and went mid-sentence. A preacher, a commercial, a burst of Spanish, a snatch of a pop song. Then it landed on something else, a children's song. The melody was simple and bright, the kind you hear on those TV channels meant to keep toddlers from crying. Only this one was coming through a sewer of static, the words warped, the pitch wrong. Little voices sang about clapping hands and going to sleep, while the speaker crackled and hissed like it was drowning. The wind died. Completely. The roadside grass stopped moving. The leaves on the few small trees around us went still silhouettes frozen against the dull sky. Even the insects seemed to hold their breath. All I could hear was the tap, tap, tap of those nails adjusting their grip on my roof and the pound of my own heart. I do not remember making the decision. One second I was outside, spine pressed to the warm metal of the door. The next, I was yanking it open so hard the hinges squealed. I threw myself into the driver's seat, boots skidding on the mat, and slammed the door behind me. The cab suddenly felt like a coffin, but at least it was a coffin with a lock. The hand vanished from the edge of the window just as the door shut. I did not give it a chance to come back. Keys. Ignition. The engine caught. I jammed the truck into drive before my brain had fully lined up what that meant and mashed my foot down on the pedal. The rollback lurched forward, the weight of the F-150 behind it making the frame groan. Gravel spat from under the tires. For a heartbeat, something heavy on the roof shifted backward, a low slide that made the suspension dip. Then the sound changed. 2 heavy beats like someone slamming a door on each side of the cab. Whoomp, whoomp. The truck shivered as if something had pushed off from it. A shriek sliced through the cab, high and mechanical and living all at once. It sounded like an 18-wheeler's brakes locking up on black ice metal, screaming, but there was something in it that did not belong to machinery. Something almost delighted. I tore down the frontage road faster than I should have, barely slowing at the curves, desperate to get back under anything that looked like real light. The Jesus Saves sign fell behind me, swallowed up by the dark. The children's song cut off mid-word. The radio snapped back to the channel I had started on, some host laughing, like nothing had happened. By the time I hit the first real cluster of city lights again, my hands were so cramped on the wheel I had to peel my fingers off one by one. Sweat ran down my back despite the air blasting cold from the vents. I did not hear anything else on the roof. No more taps, no more scrapes. Whatever it was had decided I was done being interesting for the moment. Back at the yard, I parked under the brightest floodlight we had like a kid afraid of monsters under the bed. My legs felt like they belonged to somebody else when I climbed down. I almost talked myself out of looking. Almost. Then I tilted my head back and let the light catch the top of the cab. 3 gouges ran from just above the windshield all the way to the back edge of the roof. They were deep. Too deep for a branch. Stripped down to bare metal edges, curled paint, curled and flaking, where something hard and curved had dug in and dragged with slow, steady pressure. The grooves were perfectly parallel, the spacing too wide for any animal I knew that could fly. I told myself a lot of stories after that night. Wind, debris, vandalism. Anything that fit inside the world I thought I understood. But standing there under that buzzing light, staring up at those 3 long wounds in the roof of my truck, smelling faint traces of wet feathers and sour milk every time the breeze shifted, I felt something I had not felt in a long time. The sudden, clear, choking certainty that I was not the only thing that had ridden that road that night. 3.3 Trailer scratches and Botanica warnings. I did not go home to a house after those nights. I went home to a box. The single wide sat behind a Walmart lot, like an afterthought parked on a patch of gravel and dead grass where the asphalt gave up. There were 3 trailers in a row, all the same faded beige, all with little wooden steps someone had built out of scrap. Our view was the back of the store loading docks, dumpsters, and the glow from the big blue sign bleeding over the roof. The neighbors were mostly people like me. Truckers who did not want to pay for a motel. Night shift stalkers who slept during the day and walked across the lot in their uniforms when the sun went down. A guy who lived in his rig but rented the trailer for his girlfriend. People whose lives lined up with parking lot lights and the rhythm of delivery trucks. Inside my place was functional. Wood panel walls the color of cigarette smoke even where nobody had smoked. A sagging couch with stuffing trying to escape from a rip in the arm. An old TV on a particle board stand screen, a little too dark, unless you smacked the side. A humming fridge in the corner of the kitchenette that vibrated just enough to make the cheap magnets rattle when the compressor kicked on. There was a box fan set up in the doorway to the tiny hallway, half to move the air and half to drown out the noise from the lot when I was trying to sleep. At night, the TV glow and the Walmart sky glow mixed and turned the whole place into a low, constant, dirty light that never quite let the dark in. That night, after the Jesus Saves sign and the gouges in the roof, I did not want to go anywhere, but I did not know where else to be. I parked the rollback where I always did in the gravel strip they let us use. Sat in the cab for longer than I needed to with the engine off, fingers still resting on the wheel eyes, on the reflections in the store windows. The 3 long scratches on the roof felt like they were carved into my skin instead. Eventually, I forced myself out. The walk from the truck to the trailer door felt longer than the drive back from the call. Gravel shifted under my boots. The night smelled like hot asphalt fryer grease and the faint, sour tang of the dumpsters. The Walmart's HVAC units on the roof gave off a constant low roar like distant surf. Inside it was quiet, in the way small spaces get soundless but full. I kicked off my boots by the door toes aching, dropped my keys in the cracked ceramic bowl on the counter. The clock on the stove blinked the wrong time at me. I opened the fridge, stared at the shelves like something new might have appeared in there since the last time I looked. Same week-old takeout, same jar of pickles, same grocery store beer. I pulled a leftover tray from the takeout, peeled back the plastic, and shoved it into the microwave. The door thunked shut. The machine whirred to life, interior light coming on in a sickly yellow square. The TV was on volume low, some documentary about sharks. A narrator with a too smooth voice talking about predators cruising the deep, while grainy footage of teeth filled the screen. I leaned against the counter, arms folded, watching the numbers count down on the microwave. My back hurt, my head hurt, my eyes burned. The image of the toddler in the photo on the roadside cross kept sliding in front of whatever else I tried to think about, pacifier and all. The trailer shook. It was not a passing truck rumble or the vibration from the fridge. It hit all at once, a single solid jolt, like something heavy had dropped straight onto the roof above my head. The light fixture in the kitchen rattled. Dust sifted down from whatever passed for insulation up there. I froze, one hand still on the counter, the other hanging stupidly in the air. 3 slow scratches moved across the ceiling. They started over the kitchen, directly above me, a muffled, dragging sound that still managed to set every nerve I had on edge. Scrack, scrack, scrack. Not fast, not random, measured, deliberate. They traveled with me. Every instinct I had screamed at me to leave the kitchen, so my body did what fear told it to do. It walked. I stepped toward the living room, past the little table that wobbled if you bumped it toward the couch. The sound followed. As I moved, the scratches moved, like something was crawling along the roof on the outside, keeping pace, claws raking slow furrows in the thin metal skin overhead. It stayed exactly above me, never ahead, never behind, like it could feel my footsteps through the frame. The microwave beeped loudly, making me jump. The smell of overcooked sauce hit the air. The TV flickered. For a heartbeat, the shark show cut out. The screen went black, then came back full of static gray and crawling. In the grain of it, something took shape. A woman's face, or what was left of one. There were cheekbones too sharp, a mouth that might have been open, but the edges were blurred like someone had smeared it with a thumb. The eyes were just holes. Black sockets that seemed deeper than the thickness of the TV should allow, too dark, the static refusing to fill them in like it did everything else. She was there and gone in less than a second. The picture snapped back to sharks, ripping into something bloody beneath the surface as if nothing had happened. The scratches on the roof went on steady, not caring about my electronics. The overhead light flickered, once dimmed to a sick yellow, then flared back. "Stop," I said out loud, because talking to the ceiling was the only thing left between doing nothing and running screaming out the door. Just stop. It did. The third scratch ended right over the couch. The weight lifted. The trailer gave a tiny sigh, the way a body does when you remove a hand from its chest. The silence afterward was almost worse. I stood there, chest-heaving eyes on the stained ceiling tiles, listening for anything. Wind, branches, a cat. Our row did not have trees tall enough, and there were no cats that sounded like that much mass hitting the roof. Nothing, just the fridge humming, the microwave ticking as it cooled, and the shark show quietly explaining how a predator knows when something is weak. I did not sleep much that night. When I did, I dreamed of something pacing on top of the trailer, matching my breathing, waiting for me to step outside. The next day, I went somewhere I had driven past 100 times and never gone into. It was in a strip mall off the main drag, wedged between a nail salon and a vape shop. The sign above the door said Botanica Luz del Camino in faded paint, the letters half peeled. I had to park the rollback crooked in the lot, because the spaces were made for people who did not drag other people's cars around for a living. The bell over the door jingled when I stepped in. The air hit me like a wall. It was thick with smells I could not separate at first. Incense, sweet and smoky, hanging in the air like a fog. Some sharp, clean scent under it, bleach maybe, or ammonia cutting through the sweetness. Under both something green and dry, crushed leaves, old wood dust. The light was dimmer than it should have been for the time of day. Shelves lined the walls full of glass jar candles with saints' faces printed on them, Our Lady of Guadalupe, San Judas, San Miguel, staring out over clusters of labeled jars full of herbs and powders. Statues of angels and virgins and saints lined one case, their plaster eyes slightly too shiny. Rosaries hung in loops, beads dull or gleaming, depending on how often someone had handled them. There were crucifixes nailed up in corners, a couple of pictures of Jesus with his heart glowing and bleeding at the same time. Somewhere in the back, a small radio played a Spanish hymn softly, the singer's voice warbly but clear. Behind the counter stood Carmen. I did not know her name yet, but that is who she was. Short, older hair, pulled back tight in a bun streaked gray and black. Her skin was the color of strong coffee lined around the mouth and eyes in a way that said she had done more frowning than laughing. Her apron was clean. Her eyes were not soft. She looked at me as soon as the bell rang. Really looked. Not the quick glance you give a customer. A full head-to-toe scan like she was checking for something only she knew how to see. "You smell bad," she said, before I could think of how to start. I looked down at my shirt automatically. "Yeah, I came straight from work," I said. "I probably got oil on me or..." She shook her head impatient. "Not that." She wrinkled her nose slightly as if something had just wafted off me. "Iron and spoiled milk." I almost laughed. It came out wrong, closer to a cough. "That's specific." She did not smile. "You work with metal and dead things," she said, "with cars that bleed when they are hurt." "Yes, tow yard," I said slowly. "We haul wrecks. Junk 'em." She nodded once. "You brought something home." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had not told her why I was there. I had not told anyone what had scratched my roof or watched my trailer shake. "I had a weird night," I admitted. "Couple of them. On the road. At home. I thought maybe you... People say you know things." "That is what they say when they are scared enough to come here," she said. She came out from behind the counter, moving closer, sniffing the air around me like a bloodhound. "You smell like iron from a long time ago, and milk that sat out until it turned. Old blood. Curled flesh. That does not come only from now." My mind flashed back to the van, the heat, the smell of burning upholstery, and cooking fluids, the way the air tasted thick and heavy. "I was in an accident," I said. "Months back. Somebody died. Somebody," she repeated. How many somebodies I swallowed? "At least 3, I said. A woman, a man, a boy." She tilted her head, a small bird-like motion that made my stomach knot. "A silver van," she said, "on a dark road. Crushed on one side like a can. A white seat in the back. A little shoe hanging by the strap." The room tilted. I had not said color. I had not said type. I had not talked about a shoe at all. I did not see any. I started, then stopped. Lied. "I don't remember," I corrected. "You remember enough," she said quietly. "You remember what your hands smelled like after. That is why you are here." I found myself gripping the edge of a shelf just to stay upright. The candles' printed saints stared back at me with their painted, pitying eyes. "What is it?" I asked. "What's on my roof? What's on my house?" She looked up as if she could see through her own ceiling. "La lechuza," she said. "La bruja, the witch. A woman who sold her soul to get power and took the body of an owl to carry it." I had heard the name whispered in the shop, heard the guys laugh about it over coffee. It sounded different here in a place full of saints and smoke. "She watches the roads," Carmen went on. "She waits above them. She likes drunks, men who hurt their families or help hurt other people's families and keep walking like nothing happened. She rides on top of their cars. She scratches to see if they will listen, to see if they know what they did." I thought about the 3 gouges in my roof, the 3 scratches over my trailer, the way the sound had followed my feet. "What does she want?" I asked. It came out hoarse. "Bones," Carmen said simply. "Blood that was spilled in the wrong place. Pieces that never went home." Her eyes narrowed. "She follows the cars that carry them, hides in the dark above them until the driver crashes or cracks and gives her what she is owed." I pictured the minivan again. The fire, the smoke, the way the bodies inside had shifted as it burned, the little white shape in the grass Dale had kicked away. "Is there a way to make it stop?" I asked. The word curse floated in my head, but I did not say it. She sucked her teeth, thinking. Moved back behind the counter, opened a drawer, and pulled out a small rosary. The beads were dark wood, worn shiny in places. The crucifix was simple metal, scuffed where countless thumbs had rubbed it. She came back and pressed it into my hand. Her fingers were dry and strong. "You keep this with you," she said. "Not on your mirror, not on your seat. In your pocket, in your hand if you have to. If you hear her scratching again, do not look up. Do not open your door and stare. If you look at her face, it stops being a warning. What does it become? A deal," she said. "Hers, not yours." The rosary sat heavy in my palm. I curled my fingers around it, feeling the tiny cross bite into the meat of my hand. "What about the people in that van?" I asked, voice low. I was not sure why I was whispering. There was no one else in the shop. "What happens to them?" Her eyes, which had been hard but not unkind, sharpened. "You tell me," she said. "You were there." I shook my head. "They were already gone when you left one of them behind," she said, cutting me off. "The smallest one. You did not even look for her." The breath went out of me like somebody had punched me in the gut. I saw the laminated photo again. The father, the mother, the boy. The toddler perched in that car seat on the picnic table, pacifier, bright eyes, smiling. I saw the twisted metal of the minivan, the seat hanging sideways, the shape I had refused to focus on. My free hand tightened on the edge of the shelf until my knuckles went white. Saints stared at me from their candles, their painted hearts bleeding. "How do you know that?" I asked, but I already knew I was not going to like the answer. She shrugged one shoulder. "Some things talk," she said. "The road, the bones, the ones that do not get named. They make more noise than the ones at rest." She stepped back, folded her arms. "La lechuza is not scratching on your roof because she is bored," she said. "She is reminding you. You can try to forget. She does not." I slipped the rosary into my pocket, with fingers that would not stop shaking. On my way out, the bell over the door jingled again, bright and cheerful. The strip mall noises rushed back, blow dryers from the nail salon, someone laughing in the vape shop, cars passing on the street. Above it all, in my head, I could still hear 3 slow scratches running across thin metal, and a child's voice cut off mid-scream, waiting for someone to finally admit they heard it. 4.1. Dale's confession. By the time I decided to go after Dale, the rosary had worn a groove in my palm. I kept it in my pocket like Carmen told me, fingers wrapped around it every time I was in the truck, every time I walked under a roof. The beads had gone slick with sweat. The little metal cross had pressed its shape into my skin so often that sometimes when I opened my hand, I could still feel it there even after I let go. It did not stop the scratches. They came less often maybe, but they came. On the truck, on the trailer. Once, when I pulled into a rest stop and thought about closing my eyes, I heard them on the metal awning above the vending machines. 3 slow drags, like someone tracing the top of the shelter, counting. It was not just fear anymore. It was pressure. The feeling that something was waiting for me to admit what I already knew and do something about it. So one afternoon, instead of going home to my box behind Walmart, I turned the wheel and drove straight to the shop. The sun was still up, but low. Late day, the kind of light that turns everything orange and long. The yard looked flatter in it, more unreal, the stacks of cars like cutouts against the sky. The hum of the highway was softer in the heat. I parked the rollback crooked by the bay doors and went in. The shop smelled like it always did. Rubber oil, old coffee, but underneath it, there was something else now. Something I recognized too well, a trace of burned meat and melted plastic, the ghost of a fire that had been put out months ago and never really left. Dale was in the office, feet on the desk TV on mute in the corner. Some daytime judge show flickered silently, people waving their arms at each other in small claims rage. An ashtray sat next to his boot heel, full to overflowing. He looked up when I slammed the office door hard enough to rattle the cheap blinds. "What crawled up you?" he asked. He tried for humor, but his voice came out flat. "We need to talk about the van," I said. My own voice surprised me. It sounded steadier than I felt. "The one you burned, the one with the kids in it." His eyes narrowed. "You pick a hell of a time to dig that up," he said. "What brought this on you? Smell incense." "Don't start," I snapped. "I know what I smelled. I know what I saw. And I know it didn't end out there on the road just because you dragged it behind a fence and lit a match." He watched me for a second, really looked like Carmen had. His shoulders dropped an inch. The smart comment he had lined up died on his tongue. He took his feet off the desk, leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Up close, he looked older than he had any right to. The lines around his mouth had deepened. There were dark half-moons under his eyes. "You seeing things?" he asked quietly. "Hearing them?" "Yeah," I said. "Scratches. On the truck. On my place. Things on the radio that shouldn't be there. And I went to a Botanica, and an old woman I've never met told me about a silver van and a child seat and a shoe I left hanging by its strap." He flinched at that, just a little. But I saw it. So I went on, "You can either tell me everything you did that night after we left that road, or I can start telling my version of it to somebody who wears a badge instead of a cross." "Easy," he said automatically, the old reflex kicking in. Then quieter doors shut. "Sit down." I did not sit. I went to the window, instead looked out over the yard. From here you could see the first couple of rows of cars clearly. Behind them, the stacks blurred into a wall of rust and shadow. Somewhere back there, under warped metal and layers of other people's wrecks, was the minivan we had tried to erase. Dale lit a cigarette with hands that shook just enough to make the flame dance. He took a drag, exhaled toward the ceiling. "You think you're the first one ever came in here with blood on his bumper and whiskey on his breath?" he asked, not looking at me. "You're not. Hell, you're not even in the top 3. I turned from the glass. "So it's true," I said. What she said. "You've handled things before." He squinted at the glowing tip, tapped ash into the tray. "Sometimes people make a mess and don't have the stomach to live with it," he said. "They got money. They got connections. They don't want their name in the paper. They come to somebody like me and say, 'Can you make this go away?' And you said yes." He shrugged, a small, miserable gesture. "Business is business. We got a crusher out back. We got a torch. We got a fire pit. We got a county that doesn't ask questions if the right folks tell it not to. I moved metal where it didn't belong. I filled out paperwork that said scrap when it should have said evidence. I got paid." How many? He stared at the smoke for a long moment. "Enough I stopped counting exact," he said finally. "Not 100, not 2, but more than a few." My stomach knotted. And you slept at night? Something ugly flickered across his face. No, he said. But I drank. Same as you. He crushed the cigarette out harder than he needed, to grinding it into a smear of ash. When he spoke again, his voice had lost the worn around the edges joke tone it usually carried. The van was different, he said. How there were kids, he said simply. You're not the first man to kill a stranger on the road by accident. But parents, children, that's a different kind of stain. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. You didn't see his eyes, he said. The boys, I mean. You were too busy staring at your own hands. When I hooked that van up out there before we dragged it off, he was still looking. His neck was gone, head half twisted, but his eyes were open. Panic. Shock. Like he was waiting for somebody to fix it. My throat closed. The room felt smaller. I told myself the same thing I always do, Dale said, that they were already gone, that what I was touching was just meat, that getting them off that road fast was doing everybody a favor. We took it back here. We burned it. We crushed what was left. I stacked it in the back corner with the rest of my bad decisions and thought that was the end of it. The yard has a back section you do not see from the road. If you stand where I was at the office window and look beyond the first neat rows of insurance jobs and repos, you can just make out where the order ends. That is where Dale dumped the worst of it. Back there, the ground is different. The concrete gives up and turns to cracked, packed dirt. The grass that tries to push through comes up sickly yellow at the tips, dying halfway between seed and blade. There is a corner where nothing grows at all, just bare earth-stained dark, no matter how long the sun beats on it. The cars in that section are not the kind you strip for parts. They are not worth the trouble. Twisted frames burned down to the skeleton, shells folded in half, things that went through fires or off bridges or into walls hard enough that the insurance companies wrote them off as total loss and hoped nobody looked too closely. Stray dogs used to sneak under the fence and run the yard at night, noses to the ground, tails wagging. They never went back there. Sometimes late, Dale said, voice gone quiet and far away, I'd hear things. Not voices. I'm not that far gone. Just movement. You know the sound metal makes when it expands, cools, shifts, like a ping, a pop, a creak. Yeah, I said. I'd slept with that soundtrack behind my eyes for years. Imagine that, he said, but muffled. Like it's coming from inside the pile, not the outside. Like something's trying to get comfortable in there and can't. He scrubbed a hand over his face. One night I went out with a flashlight, he admitted. Couldn't help myself. I kept hearing the same dull thump at the same time every night, like something hitting the underside of a hood. I thought maybe some punk kid had gotten in, or an animal got trapped. He gave a short, humorless laugh. It was about 3 a.m. Of course it was. The number made my skin crawl. I went to the back corner, he said. Shined the light between the stacks. Couldn't see much. The beam just got swallowed by twisted frames. So I walked around to the far side of the pile. On one of the crushed cars, just a regular sedan we'd smashed flat there, was soot all over the side. Black like charcoal. And in the soot, he trailed off. I did not want to ask. I asked anyway. What hands, he said. Tiny ones. 4 little handprints about this big. He held his own hand up, fingers splayed, then shrank the space between thumb and pinky until it was the size of a toddler's palm. Pressed into the soot, like someone crawled along the side of the stack. They were too high to be from a kid on the ground, too small to be mine. A chill crawled up my spine. What did you do? What I always do, he said bitterly. I cleaned it up, took a rag, wiped them off, Told myself it was some kind of transfer from, I don't know, a mechanic's kid. Somebody leaning against a car after a barbecue. Whatever excuse fit in the moment. But every time I walk back there, I feel like I'm walking through a graveyard nobody gave stones to. As if to underline the point, something banged out in the yard right then. Not a normal clatter. Not one of the techs knocking a wrench off a workbench or closing a hood. It was deeper. A hollow, muffled clang like a door slamming on a car that did not have doors anymore. We both froze. The sound came once, then again softer like an echo. A crow called once in the distance, sharp and offended. Then nothing. The hum of the highway seeped back in a second later, pretending it had been there all along. The shop radio, which had been playing some middle-of-the-road classic rock low in the background, popped. The song cut off mid-chorus. Static flooded the speaker. Over the hiss for a heartbeat, a voice broke through. Spanish, fast, urgent. Cuando veas la lechuza, no la sigas. The word hit like a slap. La lechuza, the witch. Then the station dissolved into white noise again. The dial display flickered, as if someone had turned the knob, and the rock station snapped back in guitar solo, screaming like nothing had happened. Dale and I stared at the radio, then at each other. No jokes left. No smart remarks. Carmen says metal doesn't forget, I said quietly. Ground doesn't either. He snorted, but there was no real dismissal in it. Carmen says a lot of things, he said. Like that, I left one of them behind, I said. The smallest one. His eyes dropped to the desktop. For a second, I saw something break in his face. There was a seat in the back, he said. You didn't look. I didn't look long. I told myself if I didn't see it wasn't my problem. We burned it all together, crushed it together, put it with the rest. Thought the stack would hold it. He looked up, and there was real fear there now, not just guilt. Seems like it doesn't, he said. Seems like what we buried doesn't want to stay under metal anymore. 4.2. The solution from Carmen. Going back to Carmen felt like walking into your own sentencing. I parked farther from the door this time, like distance from the Botanica would somehow make what I was about to say less real. The strip mall looked the same, nail salon with posters of Hans' vape shop, with neon clouds, sun beating down on the faded asphalt. Inside, it was cooler than it had any right to be. The air hit me with that same wall of incense and bleach herbs and wax. The light was dim, soft edges on everything, like you were looking at the world through somebody else's memory. The bell over the door chimed. Carmen glanced up from the counter where she was labeling a jar of something dried and sharp-smelling. This time, she did not scan me like a stranger. Her eyes went straight to my face like she had been expecting me and was not happy about being right. You came back, she said. Yeah, I answered. My voice sounded small in there, swallowed by saints and statues. You said I brought something home. You were right. I swallowed. I need to tell you everything. She set the jar down carefully. Good, she said. You should have done that the first time. She jerked her chin toward a little folding chair by a shelf of candles. Sit. I did. The metal creaked under my weight. I took the rosary from my pocket and wrapped it around my hand, without thinking, the beads digging into my fingers. I told her. Not the edited version I had been using on myself, the full thing. I told her about the Whataburger parking lot, the beers in the cooler, the way the neon had looked on my windshield when I decided I was fine to drive. I told her about the two-lane, about the way the minivan's headlights had floated toward me, about the woman's eyes in that split second before we hit. I told her about the impact, the crunch, the way the boy's neck had looked, the smell of blood and antifreeze and gasoline. I told her about calling Dale instead of 911, about dragging the van off the road like roadkill, about the fire in the back of the yard, the tires popping, windows exploding, the scream that had come out of the flames that did not sound like air escaping. I told her about the wings I thought I had seen in the smoke, about the handprints in the soot in the back corner of the yard that Dale had wiped away. By the time I got to the part where Dale admitted he had handled other accidents for cash, my throat felt raw. My hands hurt from how hard I was gripping the rosary. I expected her to reach for the phone, to go behind the counter, call somebody with a badge and put an end to this in a way that would at least make sense on paper. Man confesses to manslaughter, obstruction, destruction of evidence. She did not move. She listened. And as I talked, the look on her face changed not into anger or disgust, but into something that scared me more. Fear, not of me, of something else. When I finally ran out of words, the shop felt different. The air had gotten heavier, like the space between the shelves had filled with whatever I had just dragged in with my confession. It wasn't supposed to be like that, I said weakly. I hated how childish I sounded. Dale thought. We thought if we burned it, crushed it, it would just go away. Miss. She made a sound deep in her throat, like the noise someone makes when they see a stain that is soaked all the way through. You gonna call the cops? I asked. I would not have blamed her. I half wanted her to. It would have been easier to be dragged out of there in handcuffs than to walk back out into the same sunlight, with this still sitting on my chest. She shook her head slowly. Police are for the living, she said, for what can be written down. Tickets, reports. Your problem is not just with them. A long, slow silence stretched between us. Somewhere in the back, the radio played a hymn so quietly, the words were more suggestion than song. Is there anything I can do? I asked. Anything that makes this less? Her eyes flicked to the crucifix hanging above the door, then back to me. For what you did, she said. No. You cannot unkill a family. You cannot unburn bones. There is no magic for that. The words landed heavy like lead shot. I almost stood up and walked out right then. But she added, and the edge on that little word cut clean. There is maybe something for what walks with you now. I latched onto that, maybe like a drowning man grabs a rope. What? I asked. I'll do it. Whatever. She stepped around the counter again, moving slower than before, like the air was thick for her too. She stopped in front of a shelf full of candles, traced a finger along them, without touching, murmuring under her breath. La lechuza feeds on what is loose, she said. Blood with no name on it. Bones thrown away like trash. Spirits that have no place to rest. She turned back to me. The only chance you have, only chance not promise, is to make right what you can with that part. You cannot give them back their lives, but you can give their bodies back to the earth the way they should have gone. How you go back, she said. To the road, to the yard. You gather what pieces you can find. Bone ash, anything that belongs to them. You put them together. Something in my chest shrank. The idea of going back to the crash site on purpose made my stomach twist. Going into the back corner of the yard, the place Dale had basically called a mass grave, made my skin crawl. Then what? You take them somewhere holy, she said. A real cemetery, a churchyard, somewhere with a priest who knows how to say the words. If you cannot get that, then at least under a cross under the eye of someone who believes. You put them in one place, not scattered in the dirt like they were nothing. She held my gaze hard. And while you do it, she continued, you speak their names, out loud, all of them. You say what you did. You say you took their bodies and burned them. You say you are sorry. Not because that fixes it, but because they need to hear you know. I swallowed throat tight. I don't even know their names, I said. Just the faces from the picture. Names can be found, she said. You know where the cross is. There is a picture. Sometimes people write names underneath. Dates. Go look. You owe them that much. The shelves around us seemed to lean in. My head buzzed. And La Lechuza, I asked. What happens to her if I do this? Carmen's eyes flicked just for a second toward the front windows. The glass was tinted enough that the parking lot outside looked like another world, muted and gray. She follows the bones, she said. She followed them when you dragged them off the road. She followed them when you burned them, when you crushed them, when you slept with their smoke still in your clothes. If you gather what is left and give it a home, maybe she stops scratching and goes to sit where she belongs. It sounded too easy. It also sounded like the only thing anyone had offered me that was not rot in a cell or run until you can't. What do you mean, maybe? I pressed. Carmen's mouth flattened. La Lechuza is not a dog you call off with a whistle, she said. She has her own hunger. Sometimes when you move things around, when you go into her feeding place, she comes closer. You give her a path. You think you are closing a door, but maybe you are opening a window. I frowned. So you're telling me to walk back into the worst thing I've ever done in the middle of where this thing eats, and what hope she's in a good mood? She did not smile. I am telling you that doing nothing leaves everything the way it is, she said. You already know what that feels like. Scratches, voices in your radio, dreams that don't let you wake up clean. If you do this, there is a chance. Small. She held her fingers a sliver apart, but it is more than nothing. A soft pop snapped both our heads toward the candle shelf. One of the glass jar candles had cracked. It was one of the ones with a printed picture of a mother and child on the front. Mary holding Jesus, both of them, with those solemn, knowing eyes. A jagged line had split the glass from top to bottom. Red wax leaked out through the fracture, running down the side in thick, slow trails that looked too much like clotted blood. The flame inside guttered, sputtered, then steadied, burning lower, as if it had just been given more to feed on. I shivered. Sometimes they listen when we talk about them. Carmen murmured more to herself than to me. She crossed herself quickly, lips moving in a prayer I could not hear. The light outside the tinted windows dimmed for a second. Not clouds. Not a car passing close. It was like someone had passed a huge hand over the front of the building, blotting out the sun. The whole shop went a shade darker, saints' faces sinking into shadow statues' eyes, catching what little light was left and holding it. Then it was back. The normal washed-out strip mall afternoon, as if nothing had happened. I realized I had stopped breathing. I sucked air in slowly, lungs protesting. What if I don't go? I asked, voice very small. Then you keep walking with her on your roof, Carmen said, until she decides she is done scratching. She let that hang in the incense-thick air. I closed my eyes for a second, saw the minivan burning again, the boy's teeth on the dashboard, the little sneakers nailed to the roadside cross. Fine, I said. I'll go. Carmen nodded, but she did not look relieved. Do it soon, she said, before the nights get longer. I stood legs unsteady and shoved the rosary deep into my pocket like I could anchor myself with it. As I reached for the door, she called after me. Remember, she said, do not look up if you hear her. Keep your eyes on the ground, on what you did. She is not the one you need to see. The bell rang when I stepped out. The sun hit my face, too bright, too normal. Behind my eyes, the image of cracked glass and leaking red wax burned almost as hot as the memory of fire in the yard. And for the first time, the idea that there might be a way out, did not feel like hope. It felt like bait. 4.3 back to the ditch. I waited until after midnight to go back. Daytime felt wrong for what I was about to do. The sun would have made everything look too normal, just a roadside memorial, a ditch, some trash. I needed the dark to match what was sitting in my chest. The highway was a smaller animal at that hour. Less roar, more low growl. I drove with the radio off the rosary wrapped around my right hand so tight the beads printed into my skin. In the passenger seat lay a flashlight, a pair of work gloves, and a small shovel I had taken from the yard, one of the ones we used to dig out tires sunk too deep in mud. The green mile markers ticked past in the headlights. 28, 29, 30. Every number closer felt like the air thickening in my lungs. I saw the memorial before I saw the actual milepost. My high beams caught patches of color on the shoulder plastic flowers, pinwheels something reflective. I slowed, hit the blinker out of habit, and eased the rollback onto the gravel. The engine idled low as I killed the lights, leaving only the parking lamps on like candles at the edge of a grave. When I stepped out, the night hit me full in the face. Warm, but with that little chill that sneaks in around your collarbone when the clock slips past midnight. The smell of hot asphalt was weaker here, replaced by damp earth and the faint sweetness of whatever had been left to wilt in the sun and then rot in the rain. The memorial had grown. The white cross I'd seen months before was still there, but it had company now. More plastic flowers had been added, some new, some sun-faded to ghosts of color. Little windmills with cartoon characters on them had been stuck in the dirt, their blades stirring lazily in a breeze I could not feel. There were toys. A stuffed bear with one eye gone, its fur gray with exhaust dust. A tiny plastic truck. A doll in a pink dress, hair tangled, sitting crooked against the base of the cross, as if she had been placed there carefully and then forgotten by everyone but the weather. Someone had left a folded American flag in a clear plastic case propped at the foot of the memorial. The plexiglass was smeared from where hands had touched it. On the cross itself, still laminated but more warped from the elements, was the photo. The family smiled up at me, dad, mom, boy, toddler in her car seat. I knew their faces now like I knew my own in the mirror. The names scrawled in permanent marker along the bottom edge of the picture swam for a second in my flashlight beam before settling. I read them out loud. All four. My voice shook, but the words came. Then I turned my back on them and climbed down into the ditch. The ground fell away more sharply than I remembered. Weeds and scrub had grown up in the months since the crash, tall and brittle. They rattled like bones as I pushed through them. The flashlight beam carved a tunnel through the stems, catching spider eyes and bits of trash, crumpled fast food bags, a crushed soda can, a scrap of tire tread. At the bottom, the earth was still softer than the ground up by the shoulder, like it had never quite settled back into itself. I could see the faint track where the van had gone off, a shallow groove in the grass, now mostly hidden by new growth, but still there if you knew where to look. I picked a spot near the deepest part of the rut and jammed the shovel in. The first few inches were easy, loose dirt, old leaves, bits of gravel. Then the blade hit something that clinked. I dug around it, hands in the dirt up to the wrists, and pulled. A license plate came up, bent almost in half, dirt packed into the numbers. It was the same state as mine, the last three letters still visible under the grime. I wiped at it with my glove, then set it aside on the bank. Deeper down, my shovel turned up shards of blue plastic. Interior trim. I recognized the shade, the same pale blue I had seen inside the minivan as it burned. Pieces of it had fused and cracked, now half swallowed by the ground. I gathered them, my gloved fingers clumsy, and set them next to the plate. Sweat ran down my back, even though the air was not that hot. My breaths came louder in my own ears, echoing weirdly under the billboard's shadow. Then the shovel bit into something that wasn't metal or plastic. It made a different noise. A dull, tight little knock, like the sound you get when you tap a knuckle on a ceramic mug instead of the counter. I crouched, brushed the dirt away with my hands. A small vertebra emerged from the soil, white against the black-brown earth, no bigger than the tip of my thumb. It sat there in the beam of my light, obscene and delicate, like a tiny piece of chalk someone had dropped and forgotten. My stomach lurched. I swallowed it back and picked it up carefully, cradling it in my palm like it might crumble at a breath. "I'm sorry," I whispered to no one and everyone. "I'm so damn sorry." I put it gently in a plastic bag I'd stuffed in my pocket, the kind we used for taking loose bolts back to the shop. It seemed wrong. It was all I had. Carmen had said bones plural. I kept digging. The shovel hit something more solid a few inches down. When I tried to push past it, the blade bounced. I shifted, dug at an angle, and the dirt collapsed away in a dark slump, revealing rust. It was a piece of frame. The minivan's skeleton had not entirely left this place after all. A section of twisted metal, half buried, maybe snapped off, when Dale yanked it out with the winch and left behind because it was not worth the extra effort. My light slid along its surface, catching on a seam where the metal had buckled and folded over itself. Something was wedged in that fold. At first I thought it was more plastic. Then the shape resolved. It was a fragment of a skull. Not the smooth, round curve of the back, but a piece from near the temple, jagged on one side where it had broken. Dirt caked the crack, packed in tight. On one edge, fused to the bone, was a thin strip of something dark. Hair. Fine. Short. The color was impossible to tell in the artificial light, somewhere between brown and black. It clung to the bone like it had grown there yesterday, not months ago. All the air went out of my lungs. The ditch felt suddenly too small. The night too close. My hands shook so hard it took me 2 tries to free the fragment from the rusted frame. When it came loose, it made a tiny sound, a dry click bone against metal that I knew would replay in my head for the rest of whatever time I had left. I held it up the flashlight beam, catching on the curve on the ragged edge on the hair. For a second, everything else fell away. The highway, the ditch, my own breath. It was just me and the evidence in my hand of the smallest one Carmen said I had left behind. "I found you," I whispered. My voice broke on the second word. I should have done it that night. I didn't. I'm sorry. The highway noise faded. Not like a truck just passing further away. More like someone had reached over and turned the volume knob down on the whole world. The constant rush of tires hissed into a distant hum. The crickets stopped. The breeze that had been stirring the weeds died mid-move, leaves freezing in place like they had been painted there. The only sounds left were my own ragged breathing and the faint, sticky pull of dirt when I shifted my boots. Then behind me, someone exhaled. It was slow, long. A breath dragged through something broken. It sounded like air trying to squeeze through a crushed chest. Every part of me went cold, even though sweat was still running down my back. My fingers tightened reflexively around the skull fragment. The rosary bit into my other palm so hard, the little cross felt like it was cutting skin. Carmen's voice whispered in the back of my head. "If you hear it scratching again, do not look up." This wasn't scratching. This was breathing. Right behind me. I swung the flashlight up anyway. The beam cut across the ditch, up the bank, and hit the Jesus Saves billboard. Something was perched on top of it. At first, my brain tried to make it into a cluster of trash bags caught in the framework. A tarp. a weird shape of shadow. Anything but what it was. Then it moved. It unfolded. An owl's body bigger than any bird that had any business being there, crouched on the metal crossbeam. Gray feathers hung in ragged clumps, some missing, entirely exposing patches of pallid, stretched skin underneath. Its wings were half spread, and even that lazy motion spanned what had to be 12-15 feet tips, brushing the edges of the sign. Where its head should have been a smooth, rounded thing with big golden eyes, there was a human face. A woman's once. Maybe. Now it looked like someone had cut it off at the jawline and stitched it onto the bird's body with something invisible but tight. The skin was too pale, stretched shiny over the bone like plastic wrap. The eyes were wrong. Too round. Too black. They sat in the sockets like polished marbles pushed in too deep, reflecting my flashlight beam back at me in dead little pinpoints. The mouth was worse. There were too many teeth. They did not fit right. Some were child small, some too big, crowded together in gums that looked swollen and bruised. When it opened, that mouth slowly, the corners pulled back farther than they should have, splitting the face in a grin that had nothing to do with humor and everything to do with hunger. Its feet, if you could call them that, gripped the edge of the metal frame. Not talons. Fingers. Pale, knotted hands like the one I had seen on my truck roof, only bigger now, more swollen. The joints cracked and swollen like arthritis taken to some grotesque extreme. Nails, yellow and curved, dug into the rust, leaving little flakes of metal drifting down like ash. The smell hit me then. Wet feathers mold sour milk left in a hot car for days. Under that, the sharp tang of old blood pennies forgotten in a pocket that went through the wash. It rolled down off the sign and into the ditch, thick and cloying. My legs wanted to run. My lungs wanted to scream. Neither did. The creature cocked its horrible head, those black marble eyes focusing on me, like I was the only thing in the world worth seeing. It said my name, first and last. It did not guess. It did not approximate. It spoke it exactly as it would look printed at the top of a police report, middle initial and all. The voice that carried it was wrong in every direction. It sounded like two people speaking at once. One was low and rasping like vocal cords dragged over gravel. The other was higher, thinner, the echo of a child trying to repeat a word it had heard adults use. The two sounds overlapped and scraped against each other, doubled and broken. My stomach turned. My knees nearly went out from under me. "You forgot one of us," it said. The words came out layered, an adult's accusation wrapped around a child's hurt. The last word stretched the S at the end, hissing like a tire release, as if air was finally escaping from something that had been sealed too long. I stood there in the ditch, skull fragment in my shaking hand, staring up at the thing on the Jesus Saves sign that knew my full name and the exact number of ghosts tied to it, and understood finally that this was not a random haunting. It was an appointment. 5.1. Storm warning. The night the yard woke up did not sneak in. It announced itself. All afternoon, the sky had been wrong. You know how Texas skies get before a big one, too bright, too wide clouds stacked up like mountains, but going nowhere. That day, the light went strange. The blue turned sickly, washed over with this greenish tint that made everything look like it was under old aquarium glass. The humidity climbed until it felt like breathing through a wet towel. On the shop radio, between classic rock and ads for injury lawyers, the emergency alert tone kept cutting in. That high, ugly beep that always sounds like bad news. Severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties. I half listened while swapping out a tire on a Corolla Sweat, sliding down my back shirt, sticking to my spine. A gust would try to blow in through the open bay door every few minutes, hot and restless, then die. Like the wind was pacing too. Dale came out of the office around dusk, phone in one hand, cigarette in the other. He watched the sky for a long second, jaw tight. "News says we're getting hammered tonight," he said. "Flooding downed lines, the whole circus. Sleep here. If we get half the calls, they're predicting I'll need you rolling, not driving in from Walmart in a foot of water." I started to say I'd chance the drive. Then a memory flicked through my head, me standing knee-deep in ditch mud with a toddler's skull fragment in my hand, La Lechusa's voice rapping my name in two mismatched throats. "Yeah," I said instead. "I'll stay." He nodded like he had expected that all along. Cots are still in the parts room. Generator's good. After we lock up, we'll walk the yard, make sure nothing's going to turn into a missile when this thing hits. The idea of walking the yard at night with the sky choking on a storm and something with wings counting my footsteps should have made me say no. But Carmen's words sat in my pocket along with the rosary and the little bag of bone from the ditch. You gather what pieces you can find. Sooner or later, I was going to have to go into the back corner. Might as well do it with another pair of hands nearby and thunder loud enough to hide certain sounds. By the time the sun really gave up, the clouds had sunk low enough to scrape their bellies on the light poles. The air had gone strange quiet, that held breath feeling you get when everyone in a crowd is waiting for the same bad thing. We started our walk. The yard at night is a different place than the yard at noon. In daylight, it looks like a mess, a metal forest, disorganized but familiar. You see the rust, the peeling paint, the stack numbers scribbled in grease pencil on windshields. You know where you are. Row 3 imports, back by the fence trucks. At night, under storm clouds and humming sodium lamps, it feels like a graveyard that forgot it was mechanical. Stacks of sedans sat crushed into flat slabs, one on top of another, like somebody had pressed a hand down on a toy city. Their roofs were caved windows gone, frames wrinkled like paper. The edges caught what little light there was, lines of dull silver in a sea of black. SUV shells rose beside them, hollow doors, missing hoods up like mouths open wide in permanent silent words. Seats half burned or just rotted, slumped inside them like bodies melted into their own furniture. Rusted pickups leaned at odd angles, some up on blocks, some nose down into the dirt where the concrete gave up. Their engines sat open and empty. Viscera removed hoses, stiff and cracking belts hanging like dry veins. The wind had started to move again, thin and mean, threading through broken windows and busted out windshields. It turned the yard into one giant, sad instrument. As it blew through the gaps, it picked up different notes, making flute-like whistles that rose and fell as it passed. Every now and then, a loose side mirror would clack against its door. A length of exhaust pipe hanging from a frame would knock gently metal on metal, like teeth chattering in a skull that had forgotten how to be warm. Lightning flickered somewhere behind the clouds, sheet flashes that did not have a clear direction. For a split second at a time, the whole yard lit up in negative stacks of cars turned X-ray, every bent rib of frame and jagged seam visible. Then dark again. We walked between the rows, boots crunching on glass and gravel. "You sure about this?" Dale asked, finally, voice low. He had a flashlight, but he kept it pointed at the ground, as if he did not want to see the tops of the stacks any more than I did. Sure about what I asked, though, I knew. "Playing gravedigger," he said. "Running around in a storm, digging up bones like some Halloween special." "You really think it changes what we did?" "It doesn't change it," I said. She told me that too. "Carmen, this isn't forgiveness. It's, I don't know, filing the paperwork we never filed. Giving them somewhere to be that isn't under a pile of brake rotors." Thunder rolled somewhere out past the highway, a low, drawn-out growl that made the ground vibrate. Not close yet, but coming. "And you're sure it's not just in your head?" he pressed. "The bird, the scratches, the thing on the sign. You drink enough, you don't sleep enough, you start seeing all kinds of," she said, my full name I cut in. Middle initial and everything. And she knew how many somebodies we left in that pile, without me telling her a damn thing. You think I dreamed that he did not answer. The only sound for a few steps was our boots, and the wind whining through a cracked windshield that had seen better years. We turned down the lane that led toward the back. The lights got sparser. One of the flood lamps back there had been out for months. We kept saying we'd fix it and never did. In the gloom beyond the silhouettes of the worst wrecks rose up black shapes, hunched together like witnesses who had promised not to talk. "That's where you put it?" I asked, nodding toward the far corner. He grunted. "Burned it near the crusher," he said. "Crushed what was left a couple days later. That stack." He pointed. Even partially hidden in shadow, I could see it was different. The cars there were worse off than the others. Fire had licked their sides, leaving streaks of melted paint and bubbled metal. Some still had scorch marks up the pillars. The concrete under them was stained a darker shade, even with rain and time. The air back there smelled faintly off, less oil, more something else. Something cooked and wrong. Grass did not bother with this corner. It ended a few yards out, like even weeds had enough sense to keep away. I swallowed hard fingers, closing around the bag of bone in my pocket. "We start here," I said. Dale snorted, but there was no real fight in it. "You got gloves?" I held up my hand. He did the same. We looked like we were about to do a surgery neither of us had gone to school for. Thunder grumbled again, closer, the sound crawling along the metal ribs of the yard. Overhead, the clouds pulsed with lightning. No clear bolts, yet just a constant throbbing, like a heartbeat behind dirty skin. "So what's the plan?" he asked. "We yank bumpers until a skull falls out. These cars have been crushed twice." I tried to think like Carmen. "Anything that doesn't belong to metal," I said. "Pieces in seams, in corners, old ash, bits that stuck. We gather what we can. Road yard, maybe." I almost said fire pit and stopped, stomach flipping. Dale rubbed at his face with the back of his wrist, leaving a smear of grease. "You know this is insane," he muttered. "So is ignoring it," I shot back. "Storm's coming anyway. Maybe we get to choose which one gets us first." He gave me a look that was half anger, half something like grudging respect, then turned toward the stack. We did not start pulling cars apart yet. We were still just walking, circling like dogs, checking the edges of a yard they already lived in, but were suddenly not sure about. As we moved between the back rows, the soundscape shifted. The wind pushed harder, whistling more urgently through the empty eye sockets of headlights that had lost their bulbs. Loose parts knocked together with more bite chatter turning into knocks. One of the sheet flashes lit up the lane we were in, and for a moment all the twisted frames threw shadows like bones piled up 10 deep. That was when I heard it. Not wind, not random clatter. Something deliberate with rhythm. A metallic knock. 3 times. Clang. A pause. Clang. Another pause, just long enough for my heart to trip over itself. Clang. It came from somewhere deep in the yard, beyond the burned stack, back where the fence bowed and the ground dipped. The sound was muffled, like it was hitting the inside of something, not the outside. I stopped walking. So did Dale. "You hear that?" I asked, though I already knew from the way his shoulders had gone stiff. He swallowed. "Yeah," he said. "Been hearing something like that the last few nights. Thought it was the wind or the kids from down the road sneaking in and screwing around." The wind chose that moment to die again. The whistles cut off mid-note. For a second, the whole yard held its breath with us. Nothing moved. Then the thunder came down, like someone dropping a steel beam on the roof of the world, so loud it rattled my teeth. A streak of lightning finally broke loose from the clouds, jagged and white, slamming into the fields, somewhere beyond the fence. The flash turned every car in the yard into a skeleton, ribs and spines of steel lit from within. In that split-second X-ray, I could have sworn I saw something else too, something perched higher up on the far stacks, wings half spread, head turned our way. Then the dark slammed back, leaving only the after-image burned on the inside of my eyelids and the echo of the 3 slow knocks still counting in my bones. 5.2. Inside the metal pile. By the time the storm really started, the yard looked like the inside of a bad dream. Rain came in sheets, slanting sideways under the wind, turning the concrete into black glass and the dirt into streaks of mud. The floodlights smeared halos across the downpour. Everything beyond the first 2 rows of cars was just suggestion, dark shapes, sudden glints of metal. The occasional flash of a reflector blinking like a wet eye. We suited up the best we could. Dale handed me a cheap plastic poncho from a box he kept for hurricanes and idiots, as he liked to say. It was translucent and thin, the kind you could rip by breathing too hard. He shrugged into his own yellow and older, patched with duct tape at one shoulder. We slipped headlamps over our caps. The bands dug into my forehead. When I clicked mine on the beam, cut a cone through the rain-fat drops, glowing white as they crossed it. The bucket we grabbed was one of the big rubber ones we used for coolant and oil drain. Tonight it was for bones. "Stay off anything higher than 2 stacks," Dale said, shouting over a gust. "Water makes those frames slick. You fall, you're just more scrap." "Comforting," I muttered, but my voice was swallowed up by the wind and thunder anyway. We headed for the back corner. Up close, the burned stack looked worse than it had from the office window. The cars there were welded together by heat, and weight panels bowed and fused paint, blistered off in ugly bubbles. Rust had already started to gnaw at the exposed metal. Rainwater ran down the sides in dirty rivulets, carrying soot with it in thin black streams. Dale went left toward the side closest to the fence. I went right where the stack leaned a little, as if trying to distance itself from the rest of the yard. Climbing into it felt like crawling into a mouth. The first level was easy enough, stepping onto bumpers, using door frames as footholds. The metal was slick under my boots, the treads squeaking. I grabbed whatever I could to steady myself, a side mirror here, a bit of roof there. Every handhold was a question. Was it strong enough? Would it give higher up? The spaces between cars got tighter. Crushed roofs meant there was maybe 2-3 feet between layers in some places. I had to turn sideways, squeeze through cavities shaped like someone else's last bad second. The headlamp threw warped circles of light in every direction. Rain pattered against the frames above me, but the sound was already mutating, going strange. Out in the open, you get the roar, the hiss, the drumbeat. Inside the stack, it was dulled, like listening to a storm from the bottom of a well. I picked a gap where 2 cars had collapsed together and wriggled in. Inside, it stank like trapped fire and wet rust. Smoke that had soaked into upholstery months ago was waking back up, mixing with the sour, stagnant breath of old spills. My beam swept across what used to be the interior of a compact car, now pressed almost flat. The steering wheel was bent into a cracked crescent. The seats were pancaked springs poking through the fabric like ribs. Something bright caught the edge of my light. A child's cup lay fused to the floor, plastic melted into the metal like gum. It had a faded cartoon dinosaur on the side, the face warped. The sippy top was gone, leaving a warped hole rimmed in burned plastic. Inside, rainwater had pooled, tinted gray-brown by whatever ash floated in it. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. It was just an object. But the idea of a kid clutching that cup on some long drive, falling asleep with it, then having it end up burned into the floor of a junkyard coffin. I pried at it with my gloved fingers. It came up with a sticky, reluctant tear, leaving a thin scar of plastic behind. I dropped it into the bucket at my side. The hollow thunk it made was too loud. Moving deeper, I pushed aside a piece of slack seatbelt, the webbing stiff with old heat. That was when I saw the bone. It was wedged between the exposed springs of what had been the back seat. A small, straight piece thinner than my little finger, ends knobby where they had met joints once. White, too clean for this place. I had seen 1,000 animal bones on the side of the road. This was not that. This was too narrow, too fragile. My mouth went dry. I eased it free, careful not to snap it. For a second I thought it was going to crumble, but it held. I turned it in the beam of my light. Arm, I whispered to no one. Leg, in the end, it did not matter which. It had belonged to somebody who should never have ended up here. It joined the cup in the bucket. Farther in, my boot slipped. I slammed my hand out to catch myself, palm landing on something that felt wrong, soft, where everything else was hard. The headlamp beam jittered as I steadied myself, dancing across the flattened floor. It landed on a shape half buried in gray-black melted carpet. A shoe. Tiny. The upper had burned away, leaving just the rubber sole and a few stubborn scraps of fabric, but the rubber had held its form. The front was puffed up, swollen, holding the charred outline of toes inside. Whatever was left in there had baked into the material. My stomach lurched. Bile climbed my throat. I swallowed hard, breathing through my mouth, which only made the taste worse, plastic and old meat, wet and chemical. "I'm sorry," I said again, to the shoe, to the air, to whoever was listening. It did not move. It did not do anything but sit there, evidence. I worked it loose from the melted carpet. The sole came up with a sucking sound, strings of blackened fibers stretching and snapping. It left a footprint-shaped scar on the floor. The bucket was starting to feel heavier. Outside the stack, the storm ramped up. Thunder cracked closer, lightning flashing so bright it pierced even through the layers of metal, turning the cramped cavity around me stutter white for a heartbeat at a time. With every piece I touched, the world outside seemed to dim. Rain, which had been a constant roar, slid away into the background, like someone had shut a door between us. The sound inside the pile shifted. It was still the symphony of drips and pings and creaks you get when water hits hot metal, but there were other things threaded through it now. Whispers. At first I thought it was just the wind working its way through narrow gaps, making those flute note whistles. But these sounds had shape, consonants, vowels. They slid in and out of hearing, just on the edge of understanding. Little giggles, too, from somewhere down the line of crushed cars. High, sudden bursts of sound that should have been harmless if they hadn't been followed by wet, choking noises, like someone laughing with their throat filling up. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then forced them open. The headlamp beam shook, throwing shadows that moved like hands just out of reach. "Dale," I called, needing to hear something that belonged in the world I understood. "Yeah." His voice came back dull and distant, muffled by rain and metal. "Got something over here. Bits, can't tell what yet." His light flickered through a gap between stacks, a faint wandering circle. For a second it swept across my face, blinding me, then was gone. "Keep going," he yelled. "We're already in it." I kept going. In another crushed vehicle, I found a baby seat frame, the padding burned off straps fused into brittle arcs. In the crease of its plastic base, something rattled. I tipped it, and a small gray pebble-like thing fell into my gloved palm. A tooth. Too small to be an adult's. It went into the bucket. Each addition made the metal around me feel tighter. The air grew heavier, thick, hard to pull into my lungs. The flashlight beam seemed shorter, like the dark was pushing back, eating its edges. Every time lightning flashed outside the headlights of the crushed cars, flickered with it. Just for a heartbeat, it looked like they were all turning on at once, dead vehicles trying to wake up. Once, when a particularly close strike lit up the yard, I glanced toward the row beside me through a gap in the frames and saw silhouettes sitting in the driver's seats of 3 cars in a row. Just outlines. Heads turned toward the windshield hands on where the wheel would be. The lights snapped off. In the dark again, the seats were empty. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth. My breaths came in fast, shallow pulls, fogging in the headlamp's spill. "Dale!" I shouted again, louder this time. His light bobbed on the far side of the pile, more erratic now. Rain streaked past it like static. "I'm here," he called. Found the hold on. His voice dropped words, lost in a rumble of thunder. Lightning strobed again, painting the yard in negative. For a split second, his silhouette stood out against the sky, up on a stack, leaning over something, shoulders hunched. The thunder rolled over us, a long, low growl. As it faded, I heard him mutter clear, as if he were right beside me. Oh God. Their faces, everything in me went cold. "Dale," I scrambled backward, boots slipping on the wet metal shoulders, bumping the low roof above. The bucket banged against my knee bone, and plastic clacking inside like loose teeth. "What do you mean, their faces?" No answer. I wriggled out of the cavity, heart-thudding poncho snagging on a jagged edge and tearing. Rain slapped my exposed neck like a warning. I half climbed, half slid down one crushed hood, then scrambled up another stack toward where I'd last seen his light. Dale, the flashlight beam ahead of me, jerked sideways, then held steady on something below it. I saw his arm poncho sleeve snap tight against the wind hand braced on a roof. The beam trembled, then steadied again. "Talk to me, man," I yelled over the rising roar of the storm. Thunder detonated overhead so loud it made my eardrums buzz. The sky cracked white. In the middle of that deafening crash, another sound tried to push through, short, sharp, raw. A scream. It cut off halfway, chopped, like somebody had slammed a door on it. Then it was just thunder rolling on and on, drowning everything, while the flashlight on the far side of the pile rolled crazily once and came to rest, its beam pointing straight up into the rain. 5.3. The cars opened their mouths. For a second after that chopped-off scream, the storm swallowed everything. Thunder rolled over the yard in a solid wall of sound, the kind that makes your vision buzz at the edges. Lightning flared again, bleaching the stacks into skeletons. In that flat white flash, I saw Dale's dropped flashlight on the top of the pile ahead of me, beam pointing straight up into the falling rain like a searchlight that had lost its reason. Dale. His name tore out of my throat raw, but it felt small against the sky's noise. I grabbed the bucket and ran anyway. The bones and melted plastic inside clacked with each step, little hollow knocks that sounded too much like the 3 count that had been following me for weeks. The ground was slick puddles spreading across the cracked concrete. My boots skidded on a smear of oil and water. I caught myself on the fender of a half-stripped Honda hand, slapping down on cold metal. The Honda's driver door swung open on its own. Not a gust of wind. Not the slow sag of a bad hinge. It snapped hard like someone inside had kicked it, banging it against the neighboring car with a hollow wham. I flinched and kept moving. Ahead, another door popped. A trunk lid yawned open on a burned-out SUV as I passed, then slammed shut so hard it rattled the whole frame. Wipers on a dead pickup chattered once across a windshield that had more cracks than glass left smearing rainwater and soot trails. None of these cars had batteries. I knew that. I had pulled most of them myself. "Dale," I shouted again, voice breaking. "Talk to me," the yard answered. Not with words, with movement. A line of compact cars to my left shuddered as their hoods popped up in sequence, thunk, 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 like a row of mouths opening. A minivan I knew damn well we had gutted years ago coughed its horn once, a weak, strangled sound as its rear hatch eased open and then closed like a sigh. The rain ran down my neck in cold fingers. The headlamp beam jittered with every breath I dragged in every clumsy climb over twisted frames. The bucket's handle bit into my gloved fingers, the contents knocking like impatient knuckles. I climbed. Up on the stack where I'd seen his light last, the metal was slicker, the angles sharper. I scrambled up a flattened hood boots, slipping grabbed the edge of a roof that had been stomped into a shallow bowl. My poncho snagged on something and tore wide open cold water, hitting my back in a fresh wave. When I pulled myself over the top, I saw him. Dale was on his knees on the far side of the stack. Rain plastering his hair to his head, yellow poncho hanging off him like shed skin. His hands were flat on his thighs, fingers spread like he had forgotten what to do with them. He was staring straight ahead. "Dale," I panted, half sliding, half crawling toward him. "Talk to me, man. What happened? Did you fall? Are you?" And then I saw what he was looking at. The stack in front of him was 3 cars high, nose-to-tail frames, crushed together in one shuddering column. Their windshields somehow were mostly intact, spiderwebbed with cracks, smeared with soot. But there, pressed against the inside of every one of those windshields, was a face. Not reflections, not tricks of light. Faces, skulls mostly, or what was left of them. Shattered jaws hanging off at wrong angles, teeth missing or scattered like gravel inside the glass. Eye sockets filled not with eyes but with some murky fluid that sloshed as the cars vibrated in the wind, catching my headlamp beam in dull, swollen glints. Mouths were open in silent screams, teeth exposed, lips burned away or peeled back. On one I saw the suggestion of hair still clinging to the skull in clumps fused to the bone and the glass by old heat. They were not lined up neatly. Some faces were pressed so close to the glass, the bone almost seemed to have imprinted in it, nose bridge flattened. Others hung back half-shadowed but unmistakable cheekbones, empty eyes, the curve of a jaw that remembered how to hold a name. Lightning ripped across the sky, sudden and brutal, turning everything white for a heartbeat. In that flash, the skulls changed. For the length of that stutter of light, I did not see bone. I saw flesh. Children's faces in the back windows. Not just one. Several lined-up cheeks pressed to the glass eyes, wide fog blooming in circles where their mouths exhaled. Little hands slapped flat against the inside. Fingers splayed, leaving clear prints in the condensation. Their lips were moving, but I could not hear what they were saying. The glass shook with every unheard plea. Then the light snapped off, and they were gone. Bone again. Empty sockets, silent frozen screams. Dale made a small sound, something between a whimper and a laugh. "You see it?" he croaked. "Tell me you see it too." "I see it," I said. My voice did not sound like mine. "Jesus, Dale, I see all of it." He let out a breath that shuddered. "I thought I was losing my mind," he said. "I came up here and the stack just turned, like it was looking at me. As if on cue, the lowest car in the column shifted. Just a fraction. enough to make the faces behind its glass tilt all their eyeless stares slanting down toward us in one slow, unified motion. A weight dropped nearby, heavy enough to make the steel under us jump. We both spun toward the sound. The crane sat a few yards off the big one. We used to swing engines and heavy frames, its long arm arched against the storm like a question mark. On the end of that arm, perched on the crossbar just above the hook, was La Lechuza. She was bigger in the yard than she had looked on the Jesus Saves sign. Or maybe the distance here was shorter. Maybe there was less between us and what she really was. Rain slicked her feathers, making them shine in the floodlights. They hung in ragged tiers, some missing, entirely exposing patches of mottled gray flesh, where skin and muscle had no business being exposed. When she shifted, they dripped water that hit the ground in dark, thick drops. Her wings spread not in a full, glorious extension, but enough to cast us in their shadow. From tip to tip, they covered half the width of the yard. Each feather looked wrong up close, the edges frayed, some fused together. Others split like they had been burned and grown back crooked. Her body hunched, owl-thick and powerful. Her chest rose and fell in slow, deliberate breaths that did not match the heave of the storm. The face, though, the face was the same. That stretched, pale woman's mask, too tight over bone, too smooth in some places, and too cracked in others. The black marble eyes sunk deep, reflecting my headlamp back as twin points of dead light. The too wide mouth packed with mismatched teeth, some yellow, some gray, some baby small, some too long. The reins seemed to bend around her, sliding off some invisible skin just above her feathers. What did hit her rolled down like she was made of wax, beating red where the droplets streaked through old stains. She looked down at us like she had been here the whole time, just waiting for us to notice. Then she opened her mouth. The sound that came out did not belong to any single thing. It started as metal tearing a high, ripping screech, like a car being peeled open by the jaws of life frame screaming as it gave. Layered under that was a woman's sob, low and broken, the kind you only hear when somebody's past pretending they can handle it. Both sounds twisted around each other, spiraling up, until they turned into something else entirely. A call, a summons, a signal that whatever was supposed to happen next had just been given permission. Dale clapped his hands over his ears. I wanted to. I did not. Some idiot part of me thought if I moved, if I broke eye contact, everything would get worse. Then the world broke in a different way. The wind died, not slowed, not eased. It stopped. 1 second, it was shoving at my poncho, howling through broken windows, dragging spray sideways. The next, nothing. The plastic clung to my legs, limp. The flags on the chain-link fence out by the road froze in mid-flutter. The rain froze too. For a single impossible heartbeat, the drops hanging in the air around us stopped falling. They hung there, thousands of tiny beads of water suspended in space, catching the light from the flood lamps, the lightning my headlamp, Dale's abandoned flashlight. The whole yard turned into a snow globe someone had forgotten to shake. My breath hitched. The bones in the bucket bumped against each other once, then held still, as if the sound had been cut with scissors. In that suspended second, everything was too bright and too quiet. Then the faces in the windshield stepped out. It did not happen like doors opening. There was no shattering of glass, no dramatic burst. They just pushed forward. The skulls pressed against the inside of the windshields seemed to extrude through the glass bones, sliding out like it had always been part of both worlds. Cracks spiderwebbed from the points of contact, but the glass did not break. It flexed, then released them like skin stretching around a berth. Behind each skull came a body. Not whole, not the way bodies are supposed to be. These were made of whatever the yard had given back. Loose bones clicked together in the shapes of arms and legs, held wrong some pieces, missing others in the wrong places. Burned flesh clung in patches, black and cracked, connecting joints that had no business working. Ribbons of seatbelt looped through pelvis bones and around rib cages, cinching them together like sinew. Strips of upholstery hung like muscles, swaying as they moved. They spilled out of their cars in a slow, inevitable procession. From the top stack, from the middle, from the bottom, from other stacks nearby as well, shadows pulling themselves free of glass and steel, coalescing into forms that had too many gaps and not enough mercy. Where their faces should have been, some wore nothing but bare skull teeth exposed in permanent rictus. Others held fragments of what they had been, half a cheek, one eye clouded, and slumping lips that had burned away to show gums. In the back row, smaller shapes climbed out of back windows and sliding doors. Children. Their bones were thinner, their movements jerky, heads tilting with unnatural angles as they found balance on legs that had to remember how to be legs. One of them still had a melted sneaker sole stuck to the end of its foot, leaving wet black prints on the concrete. The rain unstuck itself all at once, slamming back into motion with a roar. It hit those assembled bodies and ran off them in dirty streams, streaking soot and ash, making their outlines sharper, more solid. Beside me, Dale made a sound I had never heard come out of a grown man before. A thin, high whine pushed between clenched teeth. "What? What is this?" he whispered. I could not answer. Because in that moment, watching the dead haul themselves free of the cars we had fed them, to feeling La Lechuza's eyes on the back of my neck, the truth sat down heavy and clear in my gut. This yard was not just haunted. It was a field. We had plowed it with wrecks and watered it with blood and oil and fear for years, stacking our sins in neat, numbered rows. Tonight, the storm was just the weather on top of something older, something patient. Tonight was harvest, and the harvest had just learned how to walk. 6.1, Dale's turn. For a second, nobody moved. The yard, the storm, the pile of ruined cars, the things that had just stepped out of the windshields, everything held its shape like a photograph. I could hear my own breathing too loud in my ears. The bucket handle dug into my fingers. The rosary bit into my palm. They had us in a ring. It was not tight, not yet, but it was complete. A loose circle of bodies that should never have had the chance to stand again. The family from the minivan was at the front. The mother stood slightly to the left. She was missing one arm from the shoulder down. The empty socket of bone where it should have been was blackened, edges crumbled. Half her skull was caved in on one side, cracks radiating out like a spider web. Clumps of hair clung to the other side, plastered to bone by rain. One cheek still carried a strip of cooked flesh that pulled her mouth into a permanent half-grimace. Beside her was the man I had only really seen alive in the photo at the cross. He was taller, or had been. Now his chest looked like someone had slammed a sledge into it, ribs bent inward, some snapped white tips poking through torn, charred shirt. His head was mostly whole, but the jaw hung slack, teeth, exposed tongue gone. The boy stood between them. His skull was broken open along the top, a wide, ugly crack that made the upper half look like a lid knocked loose. Whatever had once filled that space was gone. Rainwater pooled in the hollow and spilled down the back in thin, dirty lines. One eye socket still held a cloudy orb slumped to one side, staring at nothing. The smallest shape stood just in front of the mother's remaining leg. Most of her was just bone now, a tiny skeleton, ribs like birdcage slats, arms, thin fingers clutched around a strip of scorched fabric that might once have been a blanket. On the side of her skull, a long crack ran from above the ear down to the jaw, dirt packed in the seam. A few wiry strands of hair clung to her, stuck there like thread. She trembled, not with cold, with something that made the bones in her wrists rattle, a small, constant shake that never quite stopped. Behind them, filling in the ring, were others. A man with a neck twisted almost full around vertebrae, showing through split skin. A woman whose lower half seemed to be mostly seatbelt and snapped femurs, her pelvis crooked. A child with half a jaw, rainwater running out the side of their mouth. They were all watching us. No eyes in most of those faces, but I could feel the attention, like weight. Up above, still perched on the crane arm, La Lechuza settled her massive body more firmly, claws scraping metal. Her wings rustled, once feathers shaking off a curtain of water that hit the cars below like a brief, filthy shower. Her head tilted, slow, deliberate, that stretched, uncanny face turning first to me, then away, landing on Dale. Lightning flickered behind her, outlining her in sick electric white. In that moment, she looked like something carved into the sky, a saint from a nightmare mural. When she spoke, it was not just her voice. It came from everywhere at once, the crane, the stacks, the ground under our boots. Her own rasp sat at the core of it, low and rough. But wrapped around it were other tones, men and women, high and low, layered so thick I could not tell where one stopped and another started. She said Dale's full name. The middle name he hated. The last name he shared with a father who'd left. It rolled out of her like a sentence. Dale flinched like he'd been hit. He'd gone pale under the rain lips, almost colorless. His yellow poncho stuck to his shoulders and back, outlining the hitch in his frame, the weight he carried in one hip from a long-ago injury. His hands were shaking openly now. "You have been busy," the voices said. The words weren't quite in English, not all of them, but my brain translated whether I wanted it to or not. Places, times, bits of police reports that never got filed. Road numbers. Farm Road 17 mile marker 4, they intoned. Rain, red truck, 2 in the cab. Dale's eyes squeezed shut. County Road 31, the voices went on. Midnight, white sedan. 1 woman, 1 unborn. My stomach lurched. Carmen had said families. It was different hearing the tally out loud. Highway bridge outside of town, the chorus continued, relentless. 3 a.m., black SUV, 4 inside. Cash in your hand after. Each after felt like it landed on his back. His shoulders hunched like he could physically get away from the words. "I didn't make them drive drunk," he croaked. "I didn't make them crash. I just cleaned up." "You took what was left," the voices answered. "You hid it. You turned blood into scrap. You took their names off the road." Lightning flickered again. In the harsh flash, every skull in the circle seemed to jerk just a fraction, like they'd agreed at the same time. "I'll turn myself in," Dale blurted. It came out panicked fast. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow. I'll walk in, I'll tell them everything. Every plate, every night. You can have your justice that way. That's how it's supposed to go." The laugh that came back was a sound I hope you never hear outside of this story. It was short, humorless. It echoed inside its own echo. It did not come from her mouth moving. It came from a dozen throats, all playing the same note and failing in the same way. "Police," they said. "Papers, bars. You think that is the only way the world keeps score." Rain ran down Dale's face, making tracks through the grime. His chest hitched. He looked at me for half a second, as if I might be able to step in to argue, to balance the ledger somehow with words. I had nothing. He turned back toward the crane, spreading his arms slightly, palms up the way a man will when he's done bargaining with a judge and is waiting for the sentence. "Please," he said. "Just me. Leave him." If La Lechuza heard the request, she gave no sign. She stepped off the crane arm. It should not have looked graceful. She was too big, too wrong. But the way she dropped and then caught air was almost smooth wings, folding and flaring in one motion. She did not dive straight at him. She came low, skimming over the tops of the cars, the wind from her passage rattling loose mirrors and setting dangling wipers twitching. When she reached him, the whole yard seemed to lean in. Her claws, those swollen, knotted fingers ending in thick yellow nails, opened as she came down. For a heartbeat, I thought she was going to grab him around the shoulders like a mother lifting a child. Then her hands hit his back. His poncho ripped like wet paper. Her fingers drove in through fabric, through skin, through whatever was beneath. I will not pretend it was clean. It was not. I heard material give, felt more than saw his body jerk under the impact. The sound that followed is one I cannot describe without getting too close to lines I do not want to cross. You know the noise a heavy zipper makes when someone pulls it down in one smooth motion. Combine that with the sound of pulling something long and wet out of a tight space, a rope from a clogged drain, a cable from a rusted conduit. Underneath it all, the soft, awful series of pops as joints surrender one by one. His mouth opened in a scream that never quite made it out. His eyes went wide, pupils blown. Her hands traveled up his spine from the inside. That is the only way I can put it. His back bowed as if some invisible cord was being tugged hard from the top of his head. Then, in one long motion, something pale and jointed came free. It was him. Not all of him. But the line that kept him upright, vertebrae connected like links, strings of tissue still clinging in places. The suggestion of nerves, pale and stringy, trailing for a moment in the rain before snapping. His body folded without it, knees giving arms, flopping. But he did not fall to the ground. La Lechuza held him up by his spine, his limbs dangling, head lolling to one side, eyes still moving, still aware. Rain washed crimson streaks down the front of his shirt. His chest hitched in shallow, ragged pulls. I gagged. Bile burned the back of my throat. The bucket slipped from my hand and hit the metal at my feet, its contents spilling bones and melted plastic scattering, clacking against the steel like loose teeth on a tray. She carried him like that, his spine stretched between her hands toward the crane. In a slow, deliberate motion, she looped that gleaming cord around the crane arm once, twice, 3 times, like wrapping a cable. Dale's body swung beneath arms, limp boots scraping the roof of the car stack. He tried to lift his head. His mouth moved. No sound came. From the pile of cars, bones shifted. It started as a rustle like something nesting in dry leaves. Then individual pieces began to slide out from crevices and gaps. Ribs, femurs, smaller bones like scattered white sticks. They moved as if pulled by invisible wires, lifting into the air in short, jerky hops or skittering across metal like insects. They converged on Dale. One by one, they flew at him, not with speed, but with horrible certainty. A rib would snap into his side, sinking half into his flesh, jutting out like it had always been part of him. A femur lodged along his thigh, hooking through torn denim, embedding deep. Vertebrae that weren't his own spun in place and locked onto the stretched line of his spine, bulking it out. Seatbelt scraps slithered after wrapping around his arms and chest, tying the newcomer bones in place. Shreds of upholstery clung to him like rotten muscle. He was turning into a kind of totem, a human post, studded with all the bones he had overseen, disappearing over the years. Every accident he'd made vanish was finding its way back into him one piece at a time. His chest still rose and fell shallow and wrong. Air whistled faintly through his open mouth, a thin, wet wheeze. His eyes rolled in their sockets, tracking nothing and everything. La Lechuza stepped back from her workhead, tilting, considering. Rain spattered against her feathers and ran off in little rivulets, taking streaks of someone's color with it. Around us, the dead watched. Not a sound from them. No groans. No moans. Just the slight creak of bone where it met bone, the quiet shift of burned fabric, the soft, steady tap of rain on exposed skulls. Somewhere beyond the yard, thunder grumbled again, smaller now, like the storm was moving on. Inside the fence, under the crane, with Dale hanging there wrapped in other people's histories, the loudest sound was his breathing, thin, ragged, coming from a body that had no business, still trying to pull air. It was punishment. It was also a message. This is what it looks like when the things you bury decide they are done staying put. 6.2. The ritual of returning. I had thought watching Dale come apart would be the worst thing I saw that night. I was wrong. Once she was done with him, once his body was hanging from the crane arm, wrapped in a spine that was no longer just his and studded with bones that did not belong, the circle shifted. You could feel it. The attention in the yard turned like a crowd leaning in a stadium. Skulls pivoted. Jawbones tilted. Where there were still eyes, they settled on me. Where there were not, I still felt the weight of those empty sockets. The family stepped forward. They moved in that slow, stuttering way that made you think of a video with a bad connection, almost smooth, then catching, then moving again. The father was closest. The man I had hit head-on without ever learning his name, until I read it off a warped photograph under bad light. Up close, he was even more wrong. His chest had a soft, unnatural concave to it, like someone had pressed a fist into his ribs and never let them spring back. Bones showed through torn fabric white where they had no business being. Rain ran down his face, tracing the lines where skin used to be. He raised one hand. The fingers were mostly there. The pads were gone, leaving pale, exposed bone at the tips. The nails were ragged, cracked from heat and impact. He pressed that hand against the center of my chest. I flinched, expecting the cold hardness of bone on bone. Instead, it felt like his touch went through me. There was no tearing, no visible wound. My shirt did not even move. But inside, beneath ribs and muscle and whatever was left of my courage, something opened. The closest thing I can compare it to is the first instant of stepping out into icy air after sitting in a too-hot truck, the shock of temperature that goes straight into your lungs. Multiply that by 1,000 and aim it at the middle of your body. My chest felt like it was being peeled from the inside layers, pulling back without anything touching the surface. I gasped more from the sheer wrongness of it than from pain at first. Then she touched me. The mother moved in without sound. Her missing arm still hung as absence at her side. Her remaining hand came up fingers thinner than they should have been, knuckles too pronounced. She slid her hand into my chest. That is what it felt like. There is no other way to describe it. Nothing broke on the outside. There was no blood, no tearing noise. But I felt a weight pass through bone and meat like they were smoke. Cold seeped into the space she reached so sharp, it made my eyes water. For a heartbeat, my breathing hitched. Then something inside me shifted. Imagine the deepest inhale you've ever taken. Now imagine that mid-breath someone grabs hold of the part of you that makes air possible and just takes it. A pressure built under my sternum. My heart hammered against something that was no longer where it should be. I felt the heavy drag of something being moved, the sensation of an absence appearing where there should never be one. My vision blurred at the edges. Sound in the yard dimmed. For a moment, I could hear nothing but the slow, wet thud of my own pulse. Then she gave something back. Cold. It settled into the space she'd carved out with a weight that wasn't right. My chest clenched around it automatically, like a body trying to accommodate an object it had never agreed to. When I dragged in a breath, it came with resistance, a thick, uneven pull that turned each inhale into work. There was a wetness to the sound that hadn't been there a second before, a faint bubbling under every gasp. I coughed. A copper taste flooded my mouth. I bent double hands on my knees, but the hand inside me stayed guiding whatever she'd placed there deeper, insisting my body make room. The father's fingers never lifted from my sternum. I could feel him anchoring whatever she was doing. Pain started to bloom properly then. It was not a single sharp shock. It was layers. Deep, slow aches, bright stabbing flashes, pressure and tearing and heat and ice all tangled together. It rolled through my chest in waves that made the world lurch in time. Before I could ride that wave all the way to black, he moved his hand. He spread his palm, pressing along my ribs. I heard a sound that I knew too well from the job, the dry, hollow crack of bone giving up. Except this time it was mine. Something shifted along my sides as if the whole cage of me had been unhooked and lifted out. For a breathless instant, I felt weight leave like a tight band being cut. Then another weight came slamming down in its place. Every inhale became a jag of fire along my flanks. There was a grinding sensation when I tried to straighten. The simple act of standing turned into balancing a pile of loose boards inside my skin. Across from me, as lightning flashed, I saw his chest filling out. The cave-in smoothing. Ribs that had been bent inward settling closer to where they should be, the lines of his torso expanding as if some invisible hand was propping him back up. He had taken my intact pieces. I had taken what was left of his. The boy stepped forward next. He moved with that kid's uncertainty too fast, then stopping suddenly, like he still remembered what it felt like to trip and skin a knee. Only now every motion came with the quiet click of bone on bone and the faint squelch of waterlogged fabric. He stood on tiptoe to reach me. For a second, all I saw was the gaping crack along the top of his skull, the way rainwater collected in the hollow and overflowed in slow streams. Then he leaned in and pressed the shattered side of his head against my temple. There was a sound, like a bat connecting with a windshield. White exploded behind my eyes. The world veered. For a heartbeat, vision and sound fell out of sync, the yard spinning one way, while the thunder rolled another. A hot, sharp line of agony raced from my temple around the side of my head. It felt like someone had drawn a fault line there and then driven a wedge into it. My teeth clenched so hard my jaw popped. When I blinked the stars away, my peripheral vision on that side stuttered and dimmed every movement, leaving a faint ghost image behind. Drops of something warm ran down the side of my face, washing into the rain. The boy eased back. The jagged gap in his skull had knit. The break was still visible, a seam instead of a canyon, but his head was whole. Where there had been an open bowl, there was now a curve. He lifted one skeletal hand, touching the place gently, as if testing whether it would hold. I swayed knees, threatening to give way. The yard tilted. The only thing that kept me upright was a stubborn refusal to fall in front of them, these people I'd already failed on the worst night of their lives. And then the smallest one stepped forward. Up close, she was barely the height of my thigh. Her bones were so thin the rain made them look translucent in places. She still clutched that strip of burnt fabric in one hand, a grimy, unrecognizable relic that might once have been soft. She looked up at me with no eyes at all, just empty sockets darkened by shadow. Somehow that absence made the attention sharper. I did not want her to touch me, not because of what she was, because of what I had not done for her. I had left her in the ditch. I had left parts of her under the dirt and in the metal. I had let her become a story a stranger in a botanica had to drag into my head. She put her little hand against my stomach. No force to it. No shove. Just a contact that slid inward without anything blocking it, like every barrier my body should have offered her had been torn down the second I decided not to stop that night on the road. A new kind of wrongness unfolded inside me. There is a particular feeling you get when your gut turns over from fear, a cold, hollow drop deep in your belly. This was like that feeling made literal. Things that had always been arranged in a certain way inside me shifted, slid, changed place. The sensation was slow, and that made it worse. It was not a stab or a cut. It was movement, coils unspooling, weight being transferred. A dragging liquid slide that my mind refused at first to understand, then understood too well. I heard it. Over the rain, over the distant thunder, over the soft, steady drip of water from 100 car frames, there was a slick, unpleasant sound. Something long and wet sliding over and around something rough. It was my insides no longer where they belonged. My knees buckled. I dropped to one knee, one hand slamming down on the slick metal beneath me to keep from going all the way. Nausea rolled through me so hard, it left my ears ringing. Cold settled into my middle a heartbeat later. Heavy, unfamiliar. Like someone had packed my abdomen with soaked rags and left them there. Every tiny shift I made rubbed that dead weight against raw places, sending pinwheels of agony through my core. My breath hitched again, higher now, chest and belly both arguing with every inhale. The taste in my mouth had gone from metallic to full-on copper, thick and slick on my tongue. When I coughed, something warm flecked my lips. Across from me, the little skeleton straightened. Her ribs looked, better is the wrong word, but fuller, less collapsed inward. The long crack down the side of her skull seemed to soften the edges, less sharp. She lifted both arms as if testing a new balance, fingers uncurling slowly. The trade was done. Piece by piece, they were giving themselves back what they could. From me. Pain had gone beyond hurt into something else, something too big to hold. Every nerve I had felt lit, bright, and screaming. But under the scream, there was a terrible order to it. Each place that burned, that ached, that throbbed chest, ribs, skull gut matched something I had seen in the ditch, in the photo, in the wreckage. Each injury was not random. It was an assignment. A ledger being balanced not with numbers on a page, but with bone and breath and blood. I wanted to pass out. My body tried. My vision narrowed, black creeping in from the edges like ink dropped in water. But something in the circle, maybe her sitting up there on the crane, maybe the way all those heads were turned toward me, would not let me slide under. Consciousness dug in its heels and dragged me along through every second. Blood filled my mouth again. I swallowed what I could and choked on the rest, coughing it into the rain. My hands shook slick with a mix of water and red that looked too dark under the yard lights. I stayed on my knees, barely upright lungs working like broken bellows, ribs grinding, head pounding, in time with the distant thunder belly, a nest of raw pain. The family stood in front of me, more complete than they had been when they pulled themselves out of the glass, still ruined, but less empty. Behind them, the other dead shifted the circle, closing in a fraction, waiting to see if there was anything left in me for them to take, or if the witch above us was going to decide the ledger was flat enough to move on to the next part. 6. 3. Entombment. When it was over, whatever over means for something like that, the family looked different. Not healed, not alive, but less ruined. The mother's skull was still cracked on one side, but the collapse was shallower now, more like an old injury than a total cave-in. Her missing arm was still gone, but the stump looked less like a jagged break and more like something that had closed in its own awful way. Her posture had changed. She stood straighter, head up, not just hanging forward like a puppet left on a hook. The father's chest no longer had that full crater caved into it. His ribs still showed through torn shirt, but they lined up closer to where ribs should be. He looked more like a man who had been hurt badly, not a man whose whole torso had been turned inside out. The boy's skull was whole. The seam where it had cracked open was still there, a long, pale line, but the bowl was closed. He turned his head once, experimentally, like he was testing the way his thoughts sat inside the new shape. The little one, God, the little one, stood more solidly. Her ribs did not bow inward so much. The long fracture down her skull had knit into a narrow, crooked groove. She still shook bones, humming with something I did not have a word for, but it looked less like coming apart and more like vibration. Like she was finally on the right frequency. They were still wrong, still pale, still dressed in burned, torn versions of whatever they died in. But they looked more like people again, not just wreckage wearing human outlines. They did not look at me with gratitude, or anger, or anything I could name. They just looked. Then without a word, they turned away. The mother led. The father followed half a step behind. The boy trailed, glancing back once, that single cloudy eye snagging on me for a second, like it recognized the shape of my fear. The toddler was last, her tiny bones clicking softly as she moved, still clutching that strip of fabric, whatever it had been, before we turned it into an artifact. They walked toward a stack a little ways off. 3 sedans, one flattened on top of another, the third mashed across both, like someone had tried to press a sandwich down. I recognized the middle one before my brain even fully clocked why. The upholstery. Even under rain and soot and the warping of heat, the pattern on the smashed seats was familiar, cheap gray fabric with little blue diamonds. I'd stared at that pattern for an hour once sitting in the driver's seat while the radio played quietly, and I waited for a call to come in, thinking about nothing at all. Hanging from the rearview mirror, half fused into the melted plastic, was an air freshener. It had been shaped like a little pine tree once. Now it was warped, drooping to one side, but the faded print was still there. The same brand that had dangled in the minivan when I'd leaned in that night and seen the boy's body. On the rear bench, burned into the seat, was the ghost of a cover pattern cartoon, animals' outlines puffed and melted. A seat cover. The kind parents put down so crumbs and spilled juice do not destroy the original upholstery. This was the car their minivan had been stacked under when we crushed what was left. It was where their weight had gone. They treated it like a door to a house they recognized. The mother reached it first. She did not fumble for a handle. She did not try to open what could not open. She pressed her remaining hand against the bent door panel and stepped forward. Her bones passed through the metal like it was fog. No sound, no resistance. 1 second, she was outside, rain beating on the remnants of her skin. The next, she was inside, visible through the cracked, soot-smeared glass, sitting in the front passenger seat, like she was riding shotgun on some late errand. The father followed. He slid into the driver's side the same way, his ruined chest phasing through the door hands, finding the wheel out of habit. Through the windshield, I saw him settle into place, spine aligning with the crushed seatback skull, turning toward the road that was no longer there. The boy moved slower. He climbed in through the back, stepping into the body of the car, as if wading into deep water. He took the middle of the rear bench where he could see both parents. His newly whole head turned, looking out past them, through the front glass at something I could not see. The smallest one paused. She turned her empty sockets back toward me. For a second, rain hit the smooth bone where her cheeks should have been and ran down like tears. Then she stepped backward into the car, disappearing into the space where the child's seat would have been bones sinking through fabric and metal until she fit into some mold that had been waiting for her ever since the night we tore it apart. Once they were all inside, the car changed. The doors, which had been warped and half ajar from the crush, pulled themselves shut with a series of hollow clunks. The windows cracked, but not shattered, seemed to thicken spiderweb lines drawing tight, as if an invisible hand was smoothing them from the inside. The whole frame of the sedan gave a small, almost imperceptible shudder, like a body taking one last long breath and then settling into its grave. The other cars in the stack shifted fractionally to accommodate it, metal groaning, then quieting. They were entombed again. This time they had chosen where. I was still on my knees, half-folded my own chest and gut and skull, screaming new, borrowed pain at me in pulses. Blood ran down my side under the poncho, warm in places, cold in others. Every inhale felt like dragging air through a lung full of broken glass and cold mud. Up on the crane, La Lechuza moved. She hopped back along the arm claws, clicking on the metal, then stepped lightly onto the roof of a nearby crushed pickup truck. The same one I'd used 100 times as a step to reach a higher stack. The same one we'd parked close to the fire that night so we could throw tools and gas cans into its bed. Her weight bent the already warped cab a little lower. Rain slid off her feathers in dark streams. She looked down at me. When she spoke this time, it wasn't the whole chorus. It wasn't the storm and the road and all the dead layered on top of each other. It was one voice. Hers. The mother's. "You keep what you took," she said. The words came out in that same broken, doubled cadence I'd heard on the sign, but the dominant tone was hers. The same note I'd heard in that split second through a windshield right before the world turned into metal and noise. She turned her head toward the crushed truck beneath her. The door on the driver's side popped open. It swung outward with a sharp metallic crack, then hung there wide like a mouth pulled too far at one corner. The interior was a mess of caved-in roof, bent wheel, and half-collapsed seat. But there was just enough room for a body to be shoved in if you did not care what happened to the bones on the way. Bones on the ground around me, little ones, big ones charred in places, clean in others, stirred. They moved like spiders, not walking exactly, skittering. Fast, directionless at first, then all at once they found their purpose. They converged on me, tibious ribs, phalanges, vertebrae. The pieces we had knocked loose in the search, the fragments that had fallen when the dead pulled themselves out of the cars, scratched across the metal floor and over my boots climbing. It felt like being wrapped in sharp, cold hands. They clacked against my shins, my knees, my thighs. They wedged themselves between my feet and the floor, tipping my balance forward. I tried to brace. My ribs screamed. The busted side of my skull throbbed. My gut rolled that new, heavy cold, shifting and grinding. It did not matter. I slid. They herded me, pushing and pulling, a tide of bone lifting and shoving, directing my stumbling body toward the open truck door. Every step sent a nasty chorus of cracks and grinds through my stolen skeleton. Every shallow breath came with a wet rattle. By the time I reached the cab, I could barely stand upright. The world blurred in and out around the edges, but they kept me moving, kept me just conscious enough to know exactly what was happening. They shoved me in. My shoulder hit the door frame hard enough to send a bolt of light through my vision. My already splintered ribs ground against the edge of the steering wheel. I felt something give with a crunch. I felt all the way up my neck. There was nowhere to put my legs. They jammed in, bent at angles, too tight boots, scraping the mangled floorboard. My knees pressed up toward my chest, grinding broken bone against broken bone. The roof was lower than it had any right to be. It had already been caved in by the crusher once. My head hit it as they forced me deeper, skull pressing into warped metal that did not care what shape it was supposed to accommodate. The fracture along my temple flared white-hot as bone met steel. The steering wheel dug into my sternum right where the father's stolen touch had peeled me open and packed his broken ribs into mine. Every small movement made something inside shift in ways it shouldn't. I could not straighten. I could not turn. I was a jammed object in a machine designed to chew things like me up and forget them. Behind me, the door slammed. Then the truck began to close. It did not need the crusher this time. The metal remembered. With a long, slow groan, the roof bowed downward another inch. The floor seemed to rise with it. The sides pressed in. Sometimes you see photos of cars after a bad wreck cab folded into a space it's hard to believe a person ever fit into. I had hauled plenty of those. Stood outside them. Peered in, shaking my head, saying things like, "No way anyone walked away from that." Now I was inside one. Every rib I had left, not many and none of them untouched, cracked again as the frame squeezed. Some snapped clean the pane, a bright flaring spike. Others splintered, sending little shards into the meat beneath. Each fracture sounded like someone snapping kindling near my ear. My femurs went next. There was a weight from both sides that my legs simply could not negotiate. They bowed for a moment, then broke one after the other with a pair of dull, thick pops that I felt more than heard. White fire shot up my thighs into my hips, a pain so big my vision whited out for a second. The roof kissed my skull and did not stop. The fracture the boy had gifted me deepened. I heard it, a long, grinding crackle like ice breaking on a river. My head was squeezed between metal and seat, and the pressure built until it felt like my thoughts were being forced through a funnel the size of a pinhole. Somewhere in there, my jaw snapped. My teeth came together too hard on my tongue. Blood flooded my mouth, hot and thick, bubbling with each ragged exhale. The sound inside that truck was obscene, bone-grinding, bone slamming, steel, wet things shifting in places they were never meant to move. If you've ever heard a bag of pool cues dropped into a running dryer, magnify that by 10 and add in the fact that you can feel every single break from the inside out. My heart should have stopped. It did not. It pounded against my mangled chest, fighting for room. My lungs, one cold and ruined one, trying to act like it was still whole, dragged in air that tasted like rust and blood and old rain. Breathing hurt more than anything I'd ever done, but it kept happening. I waited for the black to come, for the mercy of it, for the fade, for the spinning tunnel and the slip away. It did not come. The pain crested, then plateaued. It did not lessen. It just was. A constant full-body scream that never quite got louder or quieter. It sat on top of me like the truck's metal sat on top of my bones. I understood then. Whatever this was, whatever balance La Lechuza and the dead had struck, I was not getting the exit ramp. They had taken their pieces back. They had stitched themselves into new stillness in a car that fit them better than the ditch or the fire pit or the stack. My punishment was to keep what I had taken, to wear their injuries for them, to feel every break, every crush, every slow suffocation over and over without the release at the end. Outside on the roof of my new coffin, claws tapped. Once, twice, 3 times. Each tap reverberated through the metal into my bones, a sharp, precise knock. My heart stuttered to match it. Tap, beat, tap, beat, tap, beat. The rhythm settled in a new metronome I could not tune out. 3 knocks, 3 counts, 3 pulses. It engraved itself into whatever part of me still counted time. That is where I am now, as you hear this wedged in a crushed truck in the back of a yard that thinks it is a graveyard heart, still beating when it should have stopped. Lungs still dragging in rust-tasting air, skull humming under a roof that will never lift. And every night, when the yard goes quiet and the highway sounds like the ocean, I feel her weight on the metal above me and hear those claws tap 3 times, keeping my ruined heart on the beat she chose. 7.1. Learning how to speak again. It is hard to say when after starts, when you never really get to leave during. There was no clean line, no fade to black, no time of death called by anybody wearing gloves. 1 second, everything was crushing. Metal inching in bone, giving out lungs, screaming, skull tightening like a vice around a brain that had run out of room. The kind of pain that makes you think on some deep level. Okay, this is it. This is the part where the curtain comes down. Then, it did not. Nothing eased, nothing loosened. The pressure stayed. The broken parts stayed broken. The only thing that changed was that it stopped getting worse. It just became the baseline. Waking up is the wrong phrase. I do not know if I was ever fully out. If I slept, it was like drowning with your eyes open sometimes. The noise in my head dipped, then surged back up, and I realized minutes or hours had gone by, with nothing in them but pain and breath. Dark. That was the first thing my brain wrapped itself around and wouldn't let go. Total darkness. Not the kind you get in a bedroom at night where there's still a hint of orange from a streetlight or a blue glow from a clock. This was box dark, truck cab dark. The kind you get when there is metal an inch from your eyes in every direction and no space big enough for light to sneak through. I tried to move. Habit. Reflex. Whatever you want to call it. My body still thought it was something I could do. My hand tried to lift. It didn't. Something hard, door panel, seat frame, steering column held it in place. My fingers twitched a little. Bones scraped metal. That was all I got. My legs tried to stretch, and the memory of them snapping answered before my nerves could finish the thought. Pain flared up my thighs, bright and useless. The actual limbs did not go anywhere. They were wedged between bent floorboard and dash locked in angles that made every millimeter of movement feel like grinding teeth. My head tried to turn. The cracked line along my skull lit up the roof, pressing into my scalp seat back into the other side. I realized how small the space really was then. I was packed into it like cargo, nothing more. Pinned, cramped, held. Breathing was the only motion I got. In, out. Each inhale came with a gurgle from the lung she'd given me, a sticky, wet drag that sounded too close, like someone sucking air through a towel soaked in mud. The other lung did what it could, whistling like a worn gasket. Together, they made a sound I'd heard 100 times, working wrecks, the last breaths people take when their ribs are wrong and their chests have become puzzles missing pieces. Only mine did not turn into last. They just kept happening. After a while, and I do mean a while, down there time is a suggestion at best. The noise inside my own body stopped being background and turned into the only way I could tell anything was happening at all. Heartbeat, wet lungs, the grind and pop of ribs when I tried to take anything deeper than a shallow nip of air. When you strip everything else away, you find out your body is never really quiet. It's full of sloshes and knocks and low hums you're not supposed to pay attention to. But if you have nothing else and nowhere else to look, that's the only show in town. Then there were the sounds from outside. Above me, distant but not that distant, the yard lived its own life. Sometimes I heard the clang of another car being dropped, a hollow, ringing crash, as metal met metal somewhere further up the pile. The vibrations came through the truck walls into my bones, like distant thunder trying to shake me loose. Sometimes the crane moaned hydraulics, hissing chains clanking. When the wind picked up, Dale's totem rattled on the arm vertebrae, clicking together like macabre wind chimes. I did not have to see it to know that was what it was. The rhythm was too familiar, bone on bone, hollow and light, with that extra weight every few clicks, where his own pieces were mixed with everything he'd borrowed. Further out past the fence, the highway was a constant low surf. Tires hissed over wet asphalt. Engines droned. Every now and then, an 18-wheeler's jake brake rumbled like some big animal clearing its throat. Stray dogs still roamed the outer edges of the yard. I heard them sometimes barking at nothing, and everything nails skittering on concrete paws, splashing through puddles. They never came all the way back here. I could tell by how the sound faded and turned. Close then away. Close then away. All of that I could have lived with. Hell, I was living with it. What took longer to notice was the other sound, the faint crackle near my head. At first I thought it was just damaged electric ghosts in nerves that had more scar than signal. A soft fizzing noise where my skull met the dash. It took an embarrassingly long time to realize what it really was. The truck I was in had an old radio, not one of the fancy touchscreens like new rigs get. This was the kind with physical knobs, scratched presets, a faceplate you could yank out and pocket if you were paranoid enough. We'd stripped it down before used the rig for parts, but for whatever reason, that unit had never gotten pulled. Maybe it was stuck. Maybe we forgot. It was still there, and somewhere, somehow, it was still wired to a battery that refused to admit it should be dead by now. I could not turn my head to look, but I could feel it, the plastic edge of the console pushing against my temple. The slight vibration when the thing tried to tune itself to nothing. The static was soft at first, just a whisper, just a noise like the yard breathing through a speaker. Then one night, I say night, because the highway hum was thinner and the dogs were quieter, something changed. It happened when I thought a full sentence all the way through for the first time since they squeezed me in here. God, somebody help me. It wasn't eloquent. I was never good with prayers. But the second the thought finished in my head, the static stuttered. Not a lot, just enough to notice. Like someone had brushed their hand over the dial, I froze. As much as a guy welded into a truck can freeze. My heart kicked, the wet lung gurgled, the radio hissed. Hello, I thought, feeling stupid, feeling desperate, feeling like a kid talking into a toy walkie-talkie that wasn't turned on. The static crackled again, louder this time. Faint under the hiss, a voice bled through for half a second. The hell. Then gone. Not my voice. Somebody else. Drawl I didn't recognize. That tired, annoyed edge you hear in guys who've been driving too long and just want the idiot on the channel to shut up. If you've ever spent time around CB chatter, you know the tone. My skin tried to crawl and couldn't. I lay there, wedged, heart slamming into its borrowed ribs, listening so hard it made my head hurt. Say something, I thought. Not out loud. My jaw was a swollen, broken thing, my tongue thick with half-dried blood. Come on. Who are you? Where are you? The radio answered with a burst of white noise. In it, shapes formed and broke apart, half words, syllables the tail end of some country song from God knows where. 10 miles. Southbound. You hear that? Cut your lights, man, that's weird. A long-haul trucker somewhere out there on I-10 or maybe even farther heard a voice he did not recognize slip into his usual route. A stranger begging for help on a channel that wasn't supposed to carry ghosts. What the hell was that, he asked, and I heard him. He did not stick around long. Who would, after that, I started paying closer attention. I learned fast that the radio did not respond to noise. Screaming inside my own head didn't do anything but make the pain spike. It reacted to form, to words. If I let my thoughts run loose, memories of beer in a parking lot, hit the fire, they stayed in my skull. If I shaped them, if I lined them up like I was talking to somebody sitting right there in the cab with me, if I put a beginning and an end on them like a sentence, the static twitched. Sometimes it was just a little change in pitch, like the hiss leaned for a second. Sometimes I'd catch the edge of a station Christian talk radio, Tejano, a preacher shouting about sins that suddenly felt very specific. Once when I was concentrating so hard on the words, "Can you hear me?" that it made tears squeeze out of my eyes, the speaker popped, and a dry, irritated voice snapped, "Man, quit keying up if you ain't got something to say," before fading out. They thought I was some idiot sitting on his mic. They weren't wrong. I started practicing. I didn't have anything else to do. Night after night, if night was when the highway thinned and the air cooled a little, I would push, not with muscles. Those were useless. With whatever part of you it is that decides you are going to be heard. I pictured the words, like a signal, like light on a wire. I ran them over and over in my mind, clear and simple. Can you hear me? Hello, breaker, breaker, because old habits die hard, and my brain still thought in trucker cliches. Sometimes I got nothing. Sometimes I got little flashes. Yeah, I heard something. Thought it was just static, man. You get that weird, sounded like a guy underwater. Phone's going nuts, keeps connecting to the truck like it's a speaker, but there's no... That was when I realized it wasn't just CB. The yard was a nest of signals. Cars went in and out all day, every day. Newer ones with Bluetooth and touchscreens with speakers built into doors and dashboards. Even in the back corner, closer to the stacks of the damned calls, drifted through snatches of music, half a GPS direction, somebody yelling at somebody else in a language I half understood. Sometimes when a car sat close enough to my metal coffin, I felt something catch. A little tug in the space behind my eyes, a crackle in the air an inch from my ear. If I focused right, then pushed my thought as hard as I could toward that feeling, the noise changed. A driver would smack their dash and curse because their radio had cut for a second. A song would glitch a single line repeating twice. A phone call would drop out on one end for a heartbeat, and someone miles away would say, "Hello, hello, you there?" While my words slipped over their carrier wave like oil on top of water. I was learning how to speak again. Not with my mouth. That was meat and bone pinned and broken. With static. With bleed. With the little cracks in the air where machines listen and answer without really caring who's on the other end. It was ugly and clumsy, and half the time what came out was a mess of hiss and cut-up syllables. But every so often on some late drive, some bored night shift, somebody out there would jolt and say, "Did you hear that?" And I knew for just a second that a piece of me had made it past the yard fence. 7. 2. Broadcasting the confession. I should say this straight before anything else. I am not telling you this because I think anybody's going to forgive me. I don't. Forgiveness belongs to church basements and therapists' offices. My world now is rust and static, and the weight of metal a finger width from my eyes. Whatever ledger I'm on is being kept by something that does not care what story I tell about myself. But stories do something that police reports and cold cases do not. They stick in people's heads. Dale's whole thing, his little side business, was about erasing. Pull the wreck off the road. Burn what does not fit in the paperwork. Crush what is left. Stack it in the back. Make it disappear so the world can keep pretending its highways are just lines on a map and not veins in a body that leaks. I can't undo what I did. The best I can hope for is to make sure it does not all go where he wanted it to go. Into the dark, under the stack. So the idea started like that, small. If I could push this out, what happened, where it went, how it feels now, maybe somebody would carry it around in their head for a while. Maybe when they passed a little white cross on the side of a road, they would think of this instead of just glancing and forgetting. You do stupid things for selfish reasons, and sometimes end up with something that looks halfway like a good act if you squint. I'm not going to pretend this is noble. It is just something to do with the time. Time moves weird in a crushed cab. No windows, no clock, no sun coming through the glass telling you day from night. All I have is the rhythm of the highway, the pattern of the dogs, the way the yard quiets, then stirs the scratches on the roof, and the voices that pass through my dash. I started listening to them the way hurt people listen to their own symptoms, obsessively. Most of what drifted in was boring as hell. Morning zoo shows, sports talk, preachers yelling about repentance while I lay there feeling like a punchline. Songs on repeat, but late, real late. Once the drunks have mostly passed out and the church people have gone to bed, there's this other current. Everybody who's ever driven nights knows it. The weird stuff. AM stations that shouldn't reach as far as they do. Call-in shows about lights in the sky and things under the bed. And podcasts, YouTube too. People running the audio through their phones into their trucks, their cars, their little Bluetooth speakers rattling in cup holders. I learned the patterns, the cold open, the little sting of music. That familiar tone some of these narrators have, all steady and grim, saying some variation of tonight's stories are true. I recognized voices, names of channels. The way they'd lean on certain phrases, allegedly. This really happened to me. You may never look at the same way again. I used to listen to those same channels at 2-3 in the morning, rolling down the highway, pretending somebody else's nightmare was enough to keep mine at bay. Now they were washing through my cab, bouncing around my skull like I'd swallowed all of them at once. Somewhere along the line it clicked. These were people already tuned to hear something bad. They'd chosen it, hit play on it, turned the volume up. If you're trying to confess from a metal coffin, that's about as direct a pipeline as you're going to get. The first time I tried to aim for one of them on purpose, it was sloppy. A long-haul trucker had parked just outside the yard engine, idling low cab lights, a dull glow I could feel more than see. His rig speakers were close enough that the signal bleed came through my radio as a hum with a shape under it. He was playing a playlist, true crime horror, some of it local, some of it not. I could hear the narrator's voice talking about a missing hitchhiker, the music under it, the polite little ad break. I focused on that hum like it was a door half cracked. I pulled the story together in my head as tight as I could. No wandering, no side trips. The minivan, the ditch, the fire, the yard, the bird. I pushed, not with lungs. Those were doing their own awful work, rattling and wheezing, with whatever it is that the radio in my head uses to shove its way into other people's machines. For a second, nothing happened. The narrator kept going, voice smooth as ever. Then his sentence skipped. He was in the middle of, and that was the last time anyone saw static swallowed the last word. It wasn't the usual hiss. It had grit to it. Underneath my own thought voice, warped, distant, like I was yelling through water, and sheet metal bubbled up. I was drunk behind the wheel when I hit them. The trucker's playlist glitched. His phone decided for a handful of heartbeats that the audio it wanted was not what it had been told to play, but something else bleeding in from too close. I felt him hit the brakes. The whole yard shivered under the change in engine note. The rumble dropped as he pulled onto the shoulder. Through the crackle, I felt his confusion spike the way you can feel thunder in your bones. He smacked the dash. The narrator's voice came back mid-sentence like nothing had happened. I caught pieces of what he said next, not from his speakers, but later floating through some other late-night host's show, like a piece of trash caught in a current. Swear to God, man, it just cut out. This voice, just for a second. Didn't sound like an ad, didn't sound like the show, like some guy confessing in the middle of the feed. Gave me the creeps. Left a comment on the video, but I can't even find the spot now. Left a comment somewhere. Somewhere online, there's a stranger with a story he doesn't realize he's already part of. A little paragraph in a sea of comments talking about a story that came on out of nowhere. I got through. Messy. Short. Wrong place. But it landed in somebody's lap for a minute. After that, I got more deliberate. When a car with a YouTube video playing got close enough, I could feel the app's little handshakes, the way the audio stream hit the car stereo bounced around. I learned to ride those. AM stations were easier in some ways, less clutter. The late-night horror podcasts with their long, drifting intros and ad breaks gave me space to slide in. You start to understand how the air over a place like this is never really empty. It's full of voices stacked on voices. Laughing, selling, praying, screaming. I learned to steer. Not perfectly. I'm still just a guy who used to haul wrecks trying to work a ham radio made of pain and regret. But eventually, I found you. Your channel. I knew you in a way before you knew me. I heard your intro more times than I can count. The way you clear your throat right before you start reading the first story. The little pause you leave after the word true. I heard your listeners too through call-ins, through the way you read their emails. People alone in cars, in kitchens, in bedrooms, letting your voice walk them through other people's worst nights. You're a lighthouse for this kind of thing. So I did what I'd been practicing. I waited until someone close by hit play on one of your uploads. I felt the shape of your voice, the way it sat in the signal. I poured mine into the spaces around it, sentence by sentence, like concrete into a mold. If this is playing now, if you're hearing this as a story on that same channel, it means it finally worked. I found a way to staple my words onto your script, to make my confession ride your carrier wave right into whatever device your listener is using, phone, car, stereo, laptop, on a nightstand. You might be in a parking lot. You might be rolling down an interstate. You might be sitting on your couch with the lights low, letting this play while you scroll something mindless. However it's getting to you, it passed through me first. Through a radio that should not still be alive in a truck that should have been scrap in a yard that pretends it is just a business and not a grave. While I'm telling you this, she's up there. I can feel the weight on the roof. There it is again. 3 slow scratches along the metal above my head. It's not subtle. Nails, claws, whatever she has, dragging through rust and old paint, making a sound that gets into the fillings of your teeth if you're close enough. The first time I heard that on my truck roof out on a dark road, it meant I was being hunted. Now it feels different. Not safer. Nothing about this is safe. But the scratching isn't a threat anymore. It's a reminder. A tap, tap, tap that says I am here. I am listening. Keep going. A doorbell. You answered it when you hit play. 7.3. The sound you might hear after this story ends. Right now, you and I are in 2 different places, but the same thin line of sound is carrying both of us. You are on your side of it. I am on mine. Your side might be simple. Maybe you are in your car crawling down some stretch of highway you have driven so many times, you could do it half asleep. The dash is lit in that soft, cheap plastic glow. Your phone is propped in a vent mount or tossed in the cup holder screen, dimmed this video playing through your speakers. Outside your windows, it is just dark. Headlights in the rear view. A rest area sign flicking by. The same gas stations, the same exits. Or maybe you are in your kitchen. The lights over the sink are the only ones on a tired yellow circle on the countertop. Dishes in the drying rack. The fridge rattles every few minutes when it kicks on. Your phone is plugged into a little Bluetooth speaker someone gave you last Christmas, the kind that buzzes a little when the bass hits. You put this on for background because silence felt too big tonight. You might be in bed, flat on your back or on your side, covers tangled around your legs. Phone on the nightstand, face down screen, casting faint light against the wall. Earbuds in or headphones on, or the audio just turned up barely loud enough that you can make out the words over the sound of the heater or the AC. You told yourself one more story before you fall asleep. Just one more. It does not really matter where you are. The details change. The pattern does not. There is you. There is some kind of box, phone, radio, laptop, car, stereo sitting close enough to touch. That box is pulling in sound from somewhere else and laying it down in the air around you, thin as breath. And somewhere between that device and wherever your channel uploads from, there is me. People talk like electronic sound is clean. Ones and zeros, data packets, compression. They say that what rides on the signal is just information, nothing more. That is a nice idea. Spend long enough listening at the bottom of a junkyard and you learn different. Every signal that passes through this place leaves something behind. Like grease on a wrench. Like a fingerprint on a window. It is never just the song or the ad or the news anchor reading off a prompter. There is always a trace of whoever sent it, whoever received it, whoever got caught in the middle asking for help into a microphone that wasn't really there. I am one of those traces now. If my words made it to where you are sitting, that means whatever is knotted up in me did too. Not all of it. Not enough to break glass or bend metal where you are. Just a sliver. A seed, if you want to be poetic about it. A hangnail of the curse snagged on your speaker. You do not have to believe that. You do not have to believe any of this. It does not change the part where you are listening, and that is all that really matters. I told you what happened to me, what we did, what she did in return. This is the part where I tell you what might happen to you, not as a threat, as a pattern. In the next few nights, and I mean nights, not safe, daylight, lunch breaks, not rush hour, if you find yourself near a road. Any road, pay attention to the sounds that ride over it. If you are parked at a stoplight alone in your lane for a little too long, watching the red glare back at you from the wet pavement, you might hear it start. A slow scrape over your roof, not hail, not some acorn dropping out of a tree. A dragging sound running from front to back, like somebody reaching out one long, heavy fingernail and testing the paint. 1, 2, 3 strokes. If you are at a gas station standing by the pump, the hose clicking in your hand while the numbers climb on the little screen, and your car sits there under the bright white light empty, you might hear it then. A soft shudder from the metal. The barest little squeal of something shifting on top, just out of sight. If you are in your kitchen and the story has ended but you have not gotten up to turn it off yet, the house around you settled into that late-night hush where the fridge and the pipes have the floor listen between those noises. 3 soft knocks might come from the wall above your sink, from the ceiling over your head, from the inside of a cabinet that has not been opened in hours. Not fast. Not loud. Tap, tap, tap. If you are lying in bed and the audio has either stopped or you are ignoring it, and the room has gone hollow and large in your ears, you might hear those same knocks from the wall behind your headboard, or from the ceiling right above where you are breathing. Your radio might flip stations by itself for a second. Your phone might glitch, audio stuttering, hopping from your playlist to an open app you did not mean to tap. Just long enough for a burst of static to slide out of the speaker, mixed with something that sounds like a man's voice, trying to talk around a mouthful of water and blood. You will tell yourself it was nothing. You will tell yourself it was the wind or bad reception or some neighbor moving furniture at a stupid hour. You will be right most of the time. Most of the time. But if you hear 3 claws drag across your roof while you are driving, I need you to do something for me. Do not look up. Keep your hands on the wheel. Keep your eyes on the road. Let whatever is on top of your car ride as long as it wants to ride. If you have to turn the volume up, drown out the noise, pretend it's a branch, a raccoon, a trick of the wind. If you hear those 3 knocks above your bed, do not stand up on the mattress and press your palm to the ceiling. Do not angle a flashlight at the corner where the wall meets the plaster. Do not tell yourself that if you just get one good look, you can make it rational and safe and small, because that is how the warning stops being a warning. That is how it becomes a claim. I made that mistake. I saw her full on, the owl body too big and broken, the woman's face stitched wrong onto it, the hands where the talons should be, the teeth that did not fit, the eyes like black marbles pressed too deep. It changed everything. Look it in the face, and it is not just around you anymore. It is in your story. It is in your house. It is in your blood. I am not telling you this to save you. I do not know if you can be saved from something that old and that bored. I am telling you so that if the pattern hooks into your life in the next few nights, you will at least recognize it for what it is. So that when your radio flips to static for 3 heartbeats, and you think you can hear someone breathing underneath you, will remember a crushed truck in a yard you have never seen, and a man pinned inside it who learned how to push his guilt through wires. So that when something taps the roof right over where you are listening, you will not just shrug and write it off. Here is the part where I make this as personal as I can. She likes certain hours. She liked 2:17 a.m. with me, 3:13 on some nights. There is a window where the night feels like it has stopped moving, where the highway sounds thin, where the world is tired enough to let other things move through it without getting noticed. For you let us call it somewhere between 2:10 and 2:30 a.m., your time, wherever you are. Whenever that lands on your clock, by the time the guy on your channel reaches the last word of this story, I want you to do something simple. Do not pause. Do not scroll away. Just stop and listen to whatever is sitting on top of the silence around you. If in the next minute you hear anything touch your roof, your car roof, the roof above your bedroom, the ceiling over your kitchen, you might want to start praying that it is just the wind. And if you do not hear anything at all, that might just mean she is already inside.